You have to reopen your
Discord
vid
stream.
feed.
Yeah, I have to do this.
Looks good.
Okay. Make sure we're good to go here. Oh, let me change stream. So one thing to know about Space Quest 6 is that it is the Arabic numeral. It is incorrect to spell it as VI, even though the others use Roman numerals. In fact, the working name while they were developing Space Quest 7, when the one they eventually canceled, the working name during development was Return to Roman numerals. All right.
Is that going to be a 3D one, or is it going to be like, yeah?
I don't remember. Yeah, I couldn't tell you one way or another. All right, let's get going. So all of a sudden we're at the end of the saga because I'm jumping around.
The StarCon Federation has reached its decision.
Can't see
Stream's
it
crashed
again.
again.
Roger Wilco, please step forward.
There it goes.
Thanks, Katie.
Well, that messed up the game. I have to try this again.
Okay.
Because that messed up the timing. All right, this is coming out of the SC-8820, by the way.
The StarCon Federation has reached its decision. Roger Wilco, please step forward. Roger Wilco, you have been judged guilty of the following crimes: abandoning your post, deviating from mission parameters, misuse of StarCon property, disintegrating a fellow officer, perpetrating a sequel without authorization, and consorting with a female of higher rank. Do you have anything to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Can't you guys take a joke?
Do you have anything intelligent to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Nope.
Very well. It is the opinion of this tribunal that as punishment for your crimes against the StarCon Federation, you are to be decommissioned. You are hereby stripped of the rank of captain.
Shane just went away to watch that super
You
game.
are no longer an officer of the StarCon Federation. Your enrollment at StarCon Academy is hereby terminated. However, Due to your successful return of the SCS Eureka, your rescue of the Goliath's crew, and the fact that nobody gets rid of stubborn mildew stains and black heel marks as well as you do, we are returning you to your former post with Starcon Fleet. You are hereby ordered to resume your duties immediately as janitor second class on board the SCS Deep Ship 86.
Well, this was in the demo this area. Remember,
Attention
Shady?
all hands. This is your commander speaking. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your fine performance during our recent episode, A Stitch in Time Saves Gamma 9. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a gesture of appreciation, we're putting in for shore leave on Polysorbate 60. Enjoy yourselves, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Kilbasa out.
Meanwhile, in a deserted warehouse just outside the galaxy...
Hey, BJ.
I don't care how you do it, gentlemen, so long as his body is intact. Do you understand?
All day.
Yes, we got it. Yes, right. Yes, right.
Good. Now, I believe you'll find him here, on Polysorbate 60, on shore leave.
Valanice is a villain?
I gotta say that voice sounded awfully familiar.
Yeah. She plays several voices here. Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize.
I'll definitely be here long after that. This is a marathon here.
That music sounds
As
like
we join our
that
hero,
one-
Roger Wilco, he has just
Yeah, it's
been
double
transported
purpose,
to
the music,
surface
yeah.
of Polysorbate 60
I
to
was
enjoy a little
curious about
shore
that.
leave. Apparently, there was a minor glitch
Or it's
in
very
the process.
close.
Well, at least you got here with all your important parts. Your hands, your mouth, and your stomach.
Oh, great. Real wonderful. Nice beam job, you metallic piece of scrap. Jeez, this is snug. Real snug. You know, it actually makes me feel kind of good. I remember when I used to wear my mom's... well, never mind. No time for nostalgia. I've got a serious extraction problem to work out first.
So,
Hey, that one looks familiar. It lacks a bit in the stature department, though.
yeah, see, feet is disabled here.
This guy looks like a vertically challenged Darth Vader. What does a thing like that do for fun? Your reach is about as great as your personal depth.
Cinema Zorbot the Greek.
Hey, that one has some legs. They're kind of spindly, but you sure have no room to criticize. He seems totally unfazed by your sorry attempt at communication.
Thank you, my good man.
I'm gonna, when I tab
Yikes,
out,
I hope everything came out with me.
I'm gonna tab out and see how that affects the Discord stream. If I go here, that cuts it out, okay. If I bring it back up, that doesn't bring it back. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, let's see.
The street seems to reflect the same care and sense of community pride that the rest of the area enjoys.
No, come on.
Yes, you actually left a cool-looking mold of your lower torso. Well, actually, it's not that impressive.
There you go, Super Gamer. There's your answer.
Yes, you actually left a cool-looking mold of your lower torso.
Okay, it's the same thing. Oh, this is something that's really annoying. If you stand in place for too long, he starts whistling, and that's extremely irritating.
Rats! The cinema appears to be closed. You were really hoping to see Tango and Cash 27. That's an interesting piece of hardware. Your normally dim power of recollection actually recalls having seen a picture of one of these in the ship library. Get this. It's called a bike. People used to actually get on these and use their own muscles to achieve locomotion. What losers. Upon closer inspection, you notice some sort of ID card hanging on the frame. Upon grabbing the ID card, you notice the picture on it is of a rather homely-looking alien type. Yes, everyone can't be as fortunate as you. You wonder if there could be any connection between this kind of waste disposal and a thriving business like implants and stuff. Wow, that's kind of deep for you. What is that? It looks like a punk grasshopper. What would Darwin think of this place?
Hey!
He ignores you. Get used to it. Yikes! Can it be? Why, yes, it is. It's Fester. Fester Blatz, former owner and proprietor of Fester's World of Wonders, a cheesy little tourist
more than a
trap
little
on the
gross.
desert planetoid of Fleabot. The t-shirt looks, and unfortunately smells, like the same one he wore on Fleabot. He has the expression of someone enjoying a permanent wedgie. He has aged somewhat. Looks like he's grown a few more neck rings. These last few years have been rough on him. From what you remember of him, he used to be kind of an aqua blue. Now he looks like a used lug liner, or the color of a Vorillion miner's loogie.
I struggle to look at this screen.
Brain-dead products have been a staple of the home-built being hobbyist for decades now. They make a fine line of adapter plugs which allow for cross-species component swapping. Means you'll be able to pick up parts anywhere other beings exist. Nice deal, huh? They also make a pretty fine Modi. Get tired of what kind of mood your droid, or spouse for that matter, is in? Why, you just slap in one of those babies and bingo! You can modify them into a whole new attitude. Find a wife type who won't pay some big buckazoids for that. Too bad the sale of them is illegal. About all I do is trade for them. It's one of them loopholes, guess you could say. Kinda developed a hobby of collecting the suckers.
To their credit, that does seem like the right voice for Fester Blatz.
The drawers seem to be crammed with Mahdi's plug-in modification implants and the various adapters necessary to make them work universally. Fester has quite a collection of these, which is surprising. The sale of those things was banned years ago.
Yeah, this is the only place on the planet to get a good lobe piercing, I tell ya. And even though we don't have to, we do use only Lorshan
This
quality
lobe, not
body
this
part
lobe.
piercing products. Less chance of pus buildup and drainage that way. That stuff tends to dull the erythrium coating on the hardware.
All right, so we know what we need there. It's gonna be a while though.
It's one of those new Kodrak mobile photo booths. I heard they were beta testing those.
Let's see. I think you get a better view of it if. Yeah, so the streets have 3 screens. I think you get a better view for it. Let's see if the photo booth moves over here. That's the Orion's Belt bar.
Another Orion's Belt franchise. That's one place you have yet to be banished from. I'll bet that's the finest neon sculpture on the whole corner.
We'll get there in a minute. Let's see here. Oh, let's go back and forth till it shows up over here. Come on. No?
It's one of those Bjorn guys. It's so cute when they talk about assimilating everyone.
Well, I guess we have to do it here.
It's one of those new Kodrak.
Yeah. Yeah, a nice pile, huge pile of one Buckazoid.
That's your current Buckazoid collection. It's your trusty whisk broom and dustpan.
I can't get in here. Seems stuck. It seems like we're already running into a problem here. Is the game already bugged out on me? Space Quest 6, Roger Wilco and the Colon of Doom? What? I guess this game could have been called that.
It's unmoved by your touch.
There he goes.
You pop a coin in the slot and climb on in.
All right, I'm looking pretty good. Fire away. There's got to be an optics problem with that machine. I look partially digested.
Good thing you didn't opt for that second set of prints after all. Guess that guy won't be filing any complaints with the Portable Business Association.
Glad it wasn't me. Also remember, this is... Well, Hurricane's here, but he's the only one left. This sub chat's open for all you guys to come in here if you're subbed. Shows there's nothing here.
It would appear that once again, Vice is a bit more profitable than most business ventures. This place is almost too hip for the planet. But then, that's no mean feat, given what a total heap this place appears to be. Looks like this big furry dude is laying out his best Orlanian pickup lines for the Ice Queen. It appears she's not fielding any of them. So this is where Sinead O'Connor's been hanging out. Yikes! I'll bet even old Fester Blatz hasn't seen one of these. Impressed by his own perceived magnificence, this wannabe babe magnet stands and just radiates cool. A quick look indicates that the bartender is physically well-balanced and adroit, a good combination for this profession. The shirt would further indicate that he has the mentality for it. You recognize the uniform of the Fistal Hemisphere Alliance. This guy has an interesting cranial configuration. Unlike that popular trunk-bearing pachyderm on that planet Earth, this guy seems to actually be drinking through his trunk. That means he's drinking through his nose. Yuck. Gee, sure could use a no-pest strip. Now there's an interesting look. What can be said that isn't painfully obvious? That she'll look better come closing time.
Oh dear.
This guy wishes he had a clothespin right about now. This guy's the next in line for the restroom. He looks a little anxious.
So, one thing I remember, and another one, it's in line here.
Yep, it's the fourth guy in line for the restroom. Definitely standing room only.
No, what I remember is that this door right now is open at the very beginning, which turns out to be relevant.
Cartons of really boring stuff like cocktail napkins and the like populate a good portion of the area down here.
This is when you first start the area, the level is, the room is pretty boring. Move this window here a bit.
The flaming barrels remind you of the good old days, kicking back in the sandy outback of Corona, roasting Grell burgers over a lit rocket nozzle. Life was so simple then, but then so are you. Apparently, some things don't change.
I'm gonna wander over here, and I think that guy ends up coming over here too.
The Cyclops Club doesn't appear to be doing business.
Yeah, there he is.
He's too far away or doesn't care. He's too far away or... Your word. He's too far...
Hey! I wonder if you... Nah, what was I thinking? Hey! Buddy, maybe you can help me out. I'm trying to track down this Ender Droid. I'm an Ender Droid runner. I know it don't look so hot, but I'm in disguise, you know?
In disguise? Yeah, you do look disguised. I just don't know what like. Hey, here's a tip. Think seriously about a flea dip.
I could really use your help getting this one. I've had a hell of a time tracking him down. You've gotta help me. Tell you what, if you can find and immobilize this bionic beer opener, it's worth 50 buckazoids to you. What do you say to that? I've scoured this dung heap. I haven't seen synthetic hide nor hair of him. All that's left to check is that bar. I'd go in there myself, you see, but I've had a little misunderstanding with the management. No biggie. I'm sure it'll blow over soon. Anyway, can you help me out? What do you say? 50 buckazoids. And if you don't mind me saying it, you look like you could use it. So how about it?
Well, I don't know. What's this Endodroid thing look like? And why do you want it?
Well, he's about your height, only maybe a few inches higher. And I'd say about your weight, give or take 60 pounds or so. But then that's just probably because of that stuff he's made of. Kind of a liquid metal thing, but that's not important. He's got a crew cut, and I think he was wearing a long dark coat. Has a strange accent.
But why do you want him?
Oh, he made some people mad.
How?
Oh, I guess he sort of jumped out of his program and kind of killed and/or mangled a score or so of co-workers and, more importantly, management personnel. A big no-no. No big deal. I just gotta take him in for analysis and processing. It could help pull me out of my, unfortunate cash flow situation. And most importantly, it can mean 50 buckazoids for you. What do you say?
Well, I could use the buckazoids. I'll see what I can do.
Great. You won't regret it. You're gonna need this data quarter. It's been modified to only be sensitive to certain unique components like droidium, something only an Endrodroid would be composed of. This'll help you root him out. Good luck. Let me know when you've got him. Thanks. I gotta go check in with the home office. I'll check back out here a little later to see how you're coming along.
So now I can middle click it, it just goes to the walk icon. I think I'm gonna play the other track. That's the one that was playing before. There's the third one. It randomly selects between 3 different tracks. Oh! Found a professional lady. See if she's still there.
Interesting. She appears to be waiting for someone. She might be one of those professional ladies your mom told you about. You could never have enough buckazoids, mop breath. She says, scrump off, you little felchmonger.
Sometimes there's some little guy talking to her. They're never gonna give me the other one? It's gonna be something... I think all of them kind of drive me crazy after a while, but I think that one drives me the least crazy. If it doesn't play, then we're just gonna have to settle. Probably for that one, but... that one drives me the most crazy. When I just hear that just incessantly playing. So I don't want to be, I'm going to be in there a long time hearing that, and I just don't feel like listening to that. Oh well. The other one's just not going to play. I don't know. Why is it so quiet?
That's the door to the basement. Surely you remember. Or is your brain full already?
See, but now it's closed.
Don't touch that. We don't know where you've been.
And I'm confused by the fact they don't even acknowledge the hand on it. They just act like you clicked on some random part of the screen. But the answer is feet.
Well, that wasn't too bad for a borderline physical specimen like you. It didn't quite get the job done, though. Nah, you still haven't convinced the door to yield to your obviously superior physical presence. Wow, you really did it! Not exactly the subtlest of entry techniques, but effective. That's pretty macho for the likes of you. Who would have guessed you'd have the makings of a Starsky or a Hutch, or a Tango or a Cash?
Click it a fourth time. Go in there!
You go now, and I don't rearrange your organs.
And here he is.
It's the Endodroid, and he's repairing himself. Yuck.
Hey there. So, what's up? Pretty crappy weather we're having, don't you think? Wow, so what's with the hole in your arm? That's gotta sting. My, you're a tall one. Is there something I can do for you?
He's apparently a social minimalist. His only reaction is the kind of look that makes you want to run to the safety of your closet and assume your all-too-familiar fetal position. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did.
I think if you just wait. It's a different interaction.
There, that's a great improvement. Look much better now.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, he did warn you. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did.
Alright, let's move on. Let's see if the volume comes back.
What can I do for you there, fella?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. I mean, if I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toe jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here.
Runs off the bottom of the screen. Let's go with the William Gibson.
Okay, you got it, pal.
So that's a missable point. You don't have to get a regular drink.
A Wheatron hovers about, tray in claw, tending to the upstairs clientele. It makes decent tips, especially for a synthetic being. Gee, an empty booth. Perhaps you should clean it. This guy looks like he just got back from Cybernam. These guys are a nicely matched set. They seem to be amusing each other to a very high degree. Gee,
Wait, I already said that.
these nitro suckers come in all types. They're all drawing on the hoses. Amazingly, they don't freeze. They just glaze over for a few moments while the others laugh. This one has a tattoo which says, "I love Lula."
Howdy, Dollface. What can I get ya?
Nothing right now, thanks.
Okay, you just let me know if you change your mind, hon.
He ignores you. Get used to it. In this case, I'd suggest you just talk to yourself. You start to say something, and then you remember that you're supposed to be a man of action. He, or whatever it is, emits what you think is a dim-witted guffaw. You rarely feel so conversationally superior, at least with animate objects.
Oh, I forgot to do something down here. I wanted to just kind of show the sort of the stipulation of the puzzle. Ooh, someone's done in the restroom. They're finally going to move up in line once. This thing.
That's not a very good likeness of you, pal. What'd you do, steal it? Hey, if you was an okay guy, you'd return it to its rightful owner, you know what I mean? And if it is you, pal, I'd consider killing whoever took it. Whew, baby, that is ugly.
Yeah. I meant to do that earlier, I just forgot.
Hey, buddy, get your paws out of my tips or I'll liberate your favorite organ. I'll even let you choose. Or you can leave my tips alone and you won't have to worry about that decision. It's up to you.
Now, as far as I know, there's never actually, like, she never kills you or anything.
He looks lonely, but not enough for your company. Woof woof. Adventure game stress must really be getting to you if you want to get romantic with that.
I just said talk. All right, so these people have... It's not... I don't know how it's clear, really. I remember I struggled with this when I first tried to solve it. It's not really clear that this... They just look like patrons at the bar, and you just say, oh, there's a lot of stuff going on, right? You got the line to the restroom and all these people drinking and whatever. Oh, of course, you got some people, you know, with the hookah pipe. It's like, how am I supposed to know that I actually want this? It doesn't really, I didn't notice it being that clear that...
It probably seemed like a good... You can tell by the serious nature of their laughter that they're real impressed by your fake ID. Fortunately, they're just faced enough not to want to reshape you. You quite cleverly paste your picture over the old one on the ID card. It would appear that
What? How's that just an item? There we go.
You hear them say, geez, our skimmer's double hovered. We gotta run.
All right, let's see if I can... Nope.
Hey, buddy, get...
This is one of the most easily missable points.
You snag
I'll
the
be
four
back later,
hoses.
Shady.
Never know when you're going to meet that special lady.
Okay, Hurricane. One of the most missable points in the game is the waitress here. Okay, let's see here.
The druggies are gone, leaving a partially used nitro tank. This conduit seems to be unoccupied at the moment. The canister snaps neatly into the conduit opening.
And that's a hard spot to see, kind of right next to the guy. You think that they could... There are a lot of design decisions in this part of the game that I think could have been done better. Like, it's just... It's too obscured right there. Get it! Doofus?
Gee, she looks pretty busy right now.
Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit.
So when I turn that on, you can see right here.
Hey, that nitro's coming out through this conduit. Better shut the tank off before it's all wasted.
Nah, I don't think that actually happens. I don't think. Alright, let's see. Put it in here. What did I call it? Something like that.
It wouldn't be prudent to do that at this juncture.
So, if you haven't turned that on, see, now that I turned it on, we know that it comes out of, there were these two pipes here. This one's irrelevant, but this, had you never done that, there's no way for him to actually know that it's this one, but he acts like it anyway.
It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time. As cool as it would be.
And it's just a generic response.
It's a twisted mass of hookah hoses.
Maybe if I do this.
Carefully untangle the twisted mass of hookah hoses and then rehook the hoses to create one long hose. It reminds you of Christmas time back home when you enjoyed untangling the Christmas lights and saying to yourself, I get so much satisfaction from cleaning and straightening. One day, I'll be the best janitor ever. Well, at least one part of that dream came true. You are a janitor. You rehook the hoses to create one long one.
Hey, Outrun.
Ah, the hookah hoses are now neatly connected. Your organic makeup makes exposure to spewing nitro most unwise. There is no market for Raj sickles.
So we have to go turn that off.
It probably... You snag a Buckazoid off the Waitron. How cool you are.
Finally. That's really hard. That's really easy to miss because when she turns around and fusses at you for that, I've never gotten it on my first try. Maybe it's possible. I never have. It always takes 2, 3, or more. I mean, it's easy to just say, oh, well, the game doesn't let you do that. It's not necessary. It's just an extra point. So, by the way, let me tally my score here. 48. Let me make sure I'm doing everything. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's weird. Well, I hope that it works for you now.
An interesting arrangement of conduits creates an almost artistic pattern to the back bar area. It's hard to tell what is merely decorative and what is functional.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were like, yeah, Outrun showed up and said he was going to say something political, and then he left.
It's solidly in place.
So this can go in here.
The hookah hose is now attached to the leftmost conduit.
We can't put it in.
Hey there, guy. Come on now. Hey, you can't come back here. You want something? You let me know, all right?
There, now we can see him.
Hey, Mac. You gotta keep your can on that side of the bar, all right? That's the house rules. Don't make me get rough with you, okay, huh? We're all here to have a good time, right?
Oh, wow, that's not a simple, quick question. But the truth of that is that there are two completely different philosophies. They sound similar in one respect, but then they're completely the opposite in another. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, let's do this. Now that I have the modified IT card.
Huh, so you're with Folly Sorbet Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. I mean, if I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toe jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here. I got just the thing for you guys. It's something I don't even give the regulars here. What do you think, eh?
So I take the exact opposite position because there are two very different political philosophies. There's what's called left anarchism and what's called right anarchism. And Michael Malice would be of the right anarchism type. It maps to the same thing as what generally goes with left and right, which is the left tends to believe ends justify the means, the right tends to believe the means justify the ends, right? So the whole outcome-based versus process-based form of ethics. And the general philosophies of left and right become more crystal clear with both of them when you think of their extreme terms in left and right, I mean, in terms of anarchism. And so left anarchism means you have equal outcomes by any means necessary. Right anarchism is you have absolutely no centralized processes. And I think it adds playing, so you're not even getting my answer. Ha. Right anarchism is an equal process, and you will get unequal outcomes. I'll order the special and let the ad go.
Make me a double uvula spritzer. Twist a Fleck rind, and I want it hacked and whipped, not like one of those shaken or stirred sissy drinks.
Okay, coming right up, Chief. Listen, this'll take a couple of minutes, but feast your eyes on the making of it, all right?
Oh, that's just fine. Take your time, my good man.
Oh, is it back? It still says 30 seconds on my end, so I'll wait another 30 seconds. Let me save here.
Hi, Shady.
Hey, Matthew. Yeah, I saw you were in the voice chat, but you weren't saying anything.
Well, I had some trouble joining.
Okay. All right, so this is going to take him a long time to make this drink.
A quick
here.
look indicates that the bartender is physically well.
No, we already saw that. So where was I on the thing? I said, I mean, I could say it again.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah hose.
So left is ends justify the means, right is means justify the ends. Anarchism is kind of the pure form of the logical consequence of those kind of opposite ideas. And so left anarchism wants equal outcomes, anything it takes to achieve that. Whereas right anarchism is you have an equal process, even if it generates unequal results. So that's why right anarchism wants no central authority, right, no state of any kind to generate the outcomes, and therefore the outcomes may end up being different. So whereas the left anarchism wants like a central force, but then to kind of manipulate the rest of society to achieve its ends. So they're very different groups of people, different ideas. So Malice is wrong if he doesn't understand that there are those two very different sets of ideas. But each one will laugh at the other for being so impossible in their thinking, because if you think that anarchism means equal outcomes, then you recognize that you need a central authority to achieve that, then you know the other guys don't make any sense. Whereas if you think, if you're on the right, then you don't want a central authority at all. Like, demanding a central authority to generate your outcomes is a contradiction in terms, because you just put all the power in the central authority, right? So, I mean, I like the debate because I think it's the same one that transcends the rest of politics, but it's actually, it's a clearer focus on the ideas. Hi, Lauren. Where was I? Back to this slapstick.
Yow! You quickly close that valve again. Yow! You quickly close that valve again.
And I got stuck here once I found this.
This one doesn't spew anything.
So I was thinking, okay, the empty one is where we want to put the pipe. But if you try to click it over, nothing happens. What you need to do is yank the pipe out.
With a flick of your very supple wrist, you pull the conduit loose from below the valve. Oops!
So, that's the time I gotta say it now. I gotta say it now. Because that's such a great example of it. Well, Gary Owens is a legend, and his golden pipes sound great. He's off on his reading of a lot of these lines here. I can tell they just sent him the script to read the lines, and he didn't look them over once. He just read the script straight, first take, and just shipped them all. You know, maybe because he's expensive, right? I don't know exactly the details of it. But if he understood the context of what just happened there, it's actually a good thing that you did that. So it's not a real oops. It's a subtle kind of sarcastic oops. Like, oops. You know, it's some kind of, you know, because you absolutely intended to sabotage the bar. I've been talking so long, I don't know if this guy's going to finish my drink.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah hose.
Before I can do all the tasks here.
You complete the connection between the two conduits.
Oh, is that in the way of the door?
You can't open the refrigeration unit with the hoses connected and stretched tightly across its front. And mess up your great hookup job? No, you don't.
Hey, Mac, you gotta keep your can on that side of the bar, all right? That's the house rules. Don't make me get rough with you, okay, huh? We're all here to have a good time, right?
The bartender, noticing the hose attached to the bent conduit, disconnects it, much to your chagrin.
All right, so I'm messing up this puzzle here. Okay. Let's try this again. Gotta focus.
Ah, so you're with Polly Sorbet Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
Make me a double uvula spritzer. Twist a fleck rind, and I want it hacked and whipped, not like one of those shaken or stirred sissy drinks.
Okay, coming right up, Chief. Listen, this'll take a couple of minutes, but feast your eyes on the making of it, all right?
Oh, that's just fine. Take your time, my good man.
All right, let's go hit the freezer first.
The refrigeration unit contains an ice cube tray and some chilled beverages, none of which looks very enticing to you. You have to be careful about what you consume in these universal spaceport bars. One creature's wine is another creature's bile, and vice versa.
There we go. Got the ice tray. Now we can hook this up.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah hose.
Now it's connected to the
complete
basement.
The connection between the two conduits.
Let's go. Working. That's still working. Turn this on.
Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit.
So it goes. Oh. And that goes all the way through the pipe there. Down to the basement. And frozen Endrodroid. Got him.
Frosta la Kista, baby.
Wow, it worked! This dude's in a deep freeze. But now what are you going to do with him?
Obvious reference to Terminator 2.
Bummer, it looks
Oh, wow,
like
that's
your
really
friend
quick.
has reconstituted. This could be a painful development.
I just saved it,
Yes,
but there's a
it
try
looks
again.
like he's going to beat the...
There's a try again option.
Yep, he sure did. Boy, that's gotta hurt.
I thought that was timed with the bartender
I'm
and
not going to
pulling
say
out
he
the...
told you so, but he did.
Save over that. All right. So you hit him with this.
Cool. Laying a solid blow upside the head of this frigid felon has reduced him to cubes. Is not too hard to handle now. Don't pick at it. You'll only make it worse.
They didn't even give me a recording for that. Wow. Obviously you used this.
You quite cleverly whisk the cubed culprit into your dustpan. It's going to be tough to carry him this way, though. It's your whisk broom and tray full of Endrodroid.
Okay.
In Terminator 2, the Terminator is able to recover from that.
Yeah, so a couple more things here.
Drat! It appears that the bartender disconnected your cleverly concocted hose link while you were gone.
Well, are you talking about different philosophies, or are you just talking about how they should be labeled? There he is. Did I just walk past him before?
I can't take him like that. Find something cool to put him in. Last thing I need is for him to thaw before I take him in.
Is it ever gonna play the third piece of music? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that it was just 2 pieces of music. I don't like that one. There it is. So, what you need to do... So is that a normal thing, by the way? Does it get louder if I just move down, say, to the basement and then come right back? Just seems like a weird volume issue. Yeah, it seems louder. I don't know. Nice.
The Discord voice
You
as
pick
quiet
strange methods
anyway.
of getting a charge out of life.
What was that? What did you say, Matthew?
Well, the Discord voice chat is quiet anyway.
Yeah, no one's here, just us two. Where did everybody go?
Actually, I meant the volume.
Excellent.
Oh, wow, they went back to first moment you scoop them up.
You quite cleverly...
There was no moment earlier in this where this music was playing and his cubes were still on the floor, but okay. Well, what makes it stupid is that there's no process that can actually get you there, but leftists don't think in terms of processes, they think in terms of outcomes. So here's some missable
Very
points
good.
here.
He'll be much more transportable this way. However, you'd better hope it doesn't thaw.
So this right here, you can just hand to him and move on with the game.
The large L...
But if you want all the points...
fella?
What have you got?
All right, we've already done this.
Well, I got...
Make me a...
Okay.
Oh, that's just
Yeah,
fine.
we've already heard this. If you want all the points... you refreeze them. There you go. But it's time to deliver him, so...
Here's your cubed compadre. Where's my 50 buckazoids?
No bull. You really got him, eh? I mean, good job.
Yeah, I really got him. And I could really use my 50 buckazoids.
Tell you what, I'll pay you when they pay me.
No, I need the money now. Or I let the guy thaw right here, right now.
No, just a minute. You don't want to do that. Hold on to your elementary contents. I got it here. Here, you happy? I'll just be taking that tray. Been a special treat doing business with you.
While the bouncer goes into the bar, the Endodroid already jumped out.
Hold it right there, pal. You don't want to go in there. Trust me, it's not a pretty sight. But then, neither are you. Nonetheless, it's bad news in there. I can't let
Who are you talking
enter.
to, you
So
fat
hit
squid?
the pavement.
All right.
Do the ice cubes thaw if you wait too long?
Yeah, that happened while you were talking before. You didn't see it?
Maybe I wasn't looking close enough or didn't realize, but...
Discord stream working? Okay. So now we'll go in here.
This rough, tough cream puff is positively myrtleizing that machine. That's one hefty teenager. Must be from the Mariposa planetoid. Interesting head formation. He looks like one of those cranium suckers you saw in a scary movie once. Guess that means you'll be safe. Another in the wide variety of life forms you've seen on this planet. This guy just stands there, looks, and fires an occasional lunger. How did all these forms manage to come together in one place? Normally, you'd have to travel light years to run into just a few different life forms. This place has the odds beaten big time. This little purple being is kicking fanny on this game. He's built up an audience. This little purple... Cool. It's a potential sucker trying to decide if it's worth it. There's a serious dweeb factor happening here. This humongous expensive game is an all-time favorite. You have to duplicate famous gourmet dishes while piloting vintage combat aircraft against the Nazi menace. It's called Secret Recipes of the Luftwaffe.
All right, I'm gonna ditch Space Quest and play Secret Recipes of the Luftwaffe. No.
Now that's an interesting specimen. Is this place the backwoods of the universe or what? That's not recommended. That'll either get an appendage removed or a date you really don't want.
So this is Stooge Fighter 3.
That's
Doesn't
what we're gonna
look so
play.
tough to me.
Say, partner, care to indulge in a friendly game? By the way, the name's Jerkwad. What's your mama call you?
A mistake. But my friends call me Roger. Roger Wilco.
Well, it's darn fine to meet you, Roger. So, what do you say to a friendly little round of Stooge Fighter 3?
Gosh, Mr. Jerkwad, that sounds neat.
So, you can't beat him. It's literally impossible. So, overall, he has moves that are better than yours, and he inflicts more damage, and basically, no matter what you try, you'll likely just be taken out very quickly. There's one way, if I'm lucky here, it actually would be possible for me to win, but it exploits why it's literally impossible for me to win, which is if you take out about 2/3 of his health, all of a sudden your guy stops attacking. Which most of the game is designed to not let it get that far, but it's like a fail-safe because they really want you to lose. I'm gonna see if I can show it here. I forget which one, Q, W, or E, though. You have to pick that one guy. I think it's E. And if I spam press that,
let's get ready to.
Then I might be able to do it. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. See? He just stops attacking. I can't do anything. I mean, I can dodge him. But I literally cannot inflict any more damage. So, he's not even doing any of the big attacks. He's just eye poking. All right.
Big Mo win.
Ooh. That audio file messed up there.
Rumble.
All right, so I'm not even gonna try here. I guess I'll try to get a crowbar hit here. There, he does. That's the big hit. He finally did one. I can't even get this one on him. There he goes. Okay. Now he can take me out. I don't care.
Big Mo wins the match. He ordered you.
That rip in the audio is just like an occasional thing that seems to happen in, at least in DOSBox. I'm not sure.
Wow, man. I guess I got real lucky. Or maybe you were holding back on me. Nah, you wouldn't do that, would you? You don't look that bright. I mean, that probably isn't your style. Wanna play again?
Not now, thanks.
I find it interesting how primitive the combat is in these old Sierra games. Makes you realize how ambitious King's Quest Mask of Eternity was.
Yeah, I still haven't played that one, and I don't know. I've never been inspired to try it, but I mean, come on, they're not trying, right?
He's
Mask
too
of
far away
Eternity
or
actually
doesn't
was an
care.
extraordinarily ambitious game for the time. You know, obviously it
He's
was
too far away.
It was
Hey,
severely flawed and had all sorts of development issues, but they
say, you look
had a
familiar.
grand
Didn't I
vision.
kick your butt in a huge robot once?
Oh yeah, that. I hope to forget that. It was the beginning of my undoing. I was a laughingstock around the company in the final days of Scumsoft. Oh well, if that hadn't gotten me, some of my other creative management techniques would have. In looking at the big picture, I suppose that arrangement left me with all my physical assets intact. Not a single other thing, unfortunately. I'm humiliated to admit that I have, on rare occasion, resorted to selling cheat sheets for arcade games.
There we go.
I've got to maintain a fairly modest profile, I guess you could say. Time heals wounds and all that. Plus, maybe I can avoid a premature termination.
Wow, that's all very interesting. And very boring, if you don't mind my saying. What I want to know is, can you sell me a cheat sheet for Stooge Fighter 3?
Well, I think I may be able to facilitate that. I may have one in stock. Okay, here's what I need from you. A nice new bottle of Coldsortian brandy. If you can deliver that, I think we can call it a deal.
He's right in front of the liquor
My
store.
people, I mean, I'll be waiting to take delivery from you so that we can put a bow on this deal. Catch you later.
I'm just gonna go in here and... See, I got my Buckazoids now.
That's your current Buckazoid collection.
Which that was a design problem. You start with one, but it still shows it as a big pile of money. You should have just one coin, or if you have 1 or 2 coins, because there aren't that many numbers you can actually have, because the game controls that pretty closely. All right, so we're gonna start with this.
This little flesh wad looks familiar. You wonder what he's doing here. Must have been a victim of the telecommunications wars.
I don't think you can talk to
Your
him.
words are so unspectacular, nature doesn't even see fit to grant it an echo.
That's it. Or is it? This is very missable. It clearly, that's all it does, right? It's not just an Easter egg, it's 5 points. It's not important, it's missable, but damn. It's a lot of points to be hiding there.
Hi there.
Howdy there, partner. The name's Paul Conshohocker. Yeah, it's my name. I'm the proprietor of this here establishment here. Now, anything I can sell you, why, you just let me know. But if you steal anything, I'll be forced to kind of kill you.
Everything's behind glass.
That sounds fair. So, Pa, what's the stuff behind you?
Oh, that, eh? Why, that there's the good stuff, sonny. I got some real fine stuff back here. Oh, yeah, I do. That's cold Saurian brandy. That's what that is. Best available in these parts here. Now, it's way out of your price range, I'm sure. It goes for 20 Buckazoids per.
Wow.
I'd like a bottle of your cold Saurian brandy, please.
Well, so you're interested in the good stuff, eh? I'll just take that 20. Thank you. I haven't sold much of this stuff lately, except for some sorry-looking little pud. Oh, hey, that reminds me. He still owes me some money. Oh, I can't believe I fell for that scam. Oh, well, enjoy, sucker.
That's your current Buckazoid collection. It's that cold Saurian brandy Elmo wanted. Yuck! It has a fish floating in the bottom. Oh well, to each their own.
All right, there he is.
Elmo has definitely taken a turn for the worse. You'd like to think it was your exit from the admittedly captive rank of that off-world sweat orb, Scumsoft Incorporated. It was probably something dumb like a compulsion for pet projects or personally beneficial programs over those things important to the company as a whole. Nah, that couldn't be it.
Yes! I mean, Mr. Wilco, I'm most pleased you've chosen to do business with us. You're just in time, too. I have another party on his way interested in the same item. Oh, well, his loss. Well, I'll take that off your hands. Now, per our agreement, here's your cheat sheet. I'm certain you'll find the game much more interesting now. Also, you look like you could use this fish.
If you didn't click the
Enjoy,
eye
Mr.
on the
Wilco.
bottle. That
I
would
have
seem very random.
real important business in another part of town. Be seeing you.
But there's a fish floating at the bottom of
by
the
way,
whiskey bottle.
I'd appreciate if you'd not mention our meeting to anyone. Some of those purple-skulled old stockholders really hold a grudge, okay? Bye-bye.
Oh.
He blows you off since your business has been completed. How corporate of him.
Raising Arizona? Like an abduction? All right, so... Hey, Sent. Notice that account is subbed.
Hi, Mr. Jerkwad. How about another game of Stooge Fighter? I'm feeling a little luckier this time.
Yeah.
You know, kid, I'd really like to, but I need a little more of a challenge. Take a long walk off a short asteroid, okay?
What's the matter?
Oh, I forgot to actually read
Afraid
the
a
cheat sheet.
measly little pencil-neck low-life janitor and
I know what the
general
code
waster
is,
of
but I-
human life is going to embarrass you in front of your friends?
Well said.
Hold on there, you little puke! I'm not afraid of some puny little zit on the butt of the universe!
Jerkwad is a scaredy cat. Jerkwad is a scaredy cat.
Alright, you little wad of spit, let's play. I'll waste you. Tell you what, let's make it interesting. If you win, I'll give you 300 buckazoids. However, if I win, you're mine to do with as I see fit. The deal?
Not now, thanks.
That cooled off quickly. There
It's
we go.
the Stooge Fighter 3 cheat sheet you got from Elbow.
Abakaka.
To guarantee a win, the cheat sheet says, when at the choice screen,
When at the
press
choice
the machine's
screen,
letter
not
buttons
battle.
in the following order. A, B, B, A, C, A, C, A. Then, be aggressive and attack as much as possible using your new secret weapon.
There's the fish.
Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay?
I have no idea why they did not put in actual descriptions for the fish, because the fish is kind of a special item. But there's my fish. Don't forget about the fish. I told you not to forget about the fish. Maybe now you won't forget about the fish.
Hi, Mr. Jerkwad. How about a...
You know,
Okay, yeah, let me skip this. Okay. Now, if I do lose, I don't think you actually lose the game.
Fun!
I don't think he
You're a
does
bit
anything.
Puny, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a few buckazoids for you over at the slave colony.
I'm running quite a bit behind, so I need to catch up in this
I'm
game.
sorry.
So
I don't think I heard you quite right. Did you say slave colony?
I don't think he does this.
Too late to back out, Borg breath.
I knew that.
And considering you can just click try again, they should sell you to the slave colony. But all right, I'm gonna do this guy. Oh wait, see, I just lost. I forgot. I keep thinking to do this at the fight screen. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and lose, and we'll see if he sells me to the slave colony. It's at the choice screen. I always make that mistake, and I just said it. But it's just when I see that, I just click. I'm too distracted by the screen. So let's see what happens. Let's see if he sells me to the slave colony. I don't think he does.
Big Mo win. Choice victory.
I don't know what's wrong with the audio there. Choice victory. That's what they say for perfect. Alright, let's do it again. Let's give him the flawless victory. Pretty pathetic after talking so tough. 4 eye pokes in a row. It's actually not that many compared to other streaks.
Big Mo wins the match. Choice victory. He ordered you.
I don't think there's any slave colony. I think that's it.
Hey, this guy's good. You can kiss this game goodbye.
Yeah, like I need you rubbing it in.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing happens. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Jerkwad. How about a...
Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be...
Stop. Stop. I need to not forget. I need to not forget. Abakaka. Let's do it. There we go. All right.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I don't know if I can get a choice victory with this because there seems to be a bit of a delay.
Flareman wins. You ordered him. Rumble.
Oh, there we go. Untainted victory.
You ordered him.
I don't know why the audio is doing that.
How lucky can a guy get? That was pure luck. Jeez.
Where's my money?
Here.
That guy's loaded.
Now, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce, you little lump of phlegm. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my temper, and all that's gonna be left of you is teeth and toenails.
All right. I have a big pile of money now. All right. So normally you do this first. I took kind of an efficient route. Normally you'd be in here first so you'd actually know why you need 300 Buckazoids.
Those are some interesting looking dudes. Must be a couple of real losers since they seem to be dateless. Of course, that won't be a problem for you once word gets around that you've hit the planet. Can you believe he actually thinks that? Ah, this place still has those old-style ray projection infomercial viewers. What rubes.
Hey, where you going, son? That's for paying customers only.
No. And I did that earlier. I guess you weren't here.
That's the manager of this little slice of heaven. He looks like he's an expert on energy conservation. Mainly his. You give the bell a pass with your hand. The manager doesn't exactly spring to life in response, but he does stir a bit and grant you a segment of one eye. You give the counter a tap, mistakenly assuming that the being behind it actually cares what you want. You give the bell a pass with your hand. He seems to be ignoring you.
Excuse me. I'd like a room, please.
Really? I mean, really? Well, I think we got one or two for a couple of $100 a night. In advance, you understand.
I believe I have a prepaid reservation provided me by StarCon.
I got no reservations from any StarCon. I got no reservations, period. I do a cash business. You want a room, cough out the Buckazoids.
So that's, 200. Well, okay.
Hey, Longfoot.
200? Don't you listen, son? I said 300. That's 300 a night. And I don't include any weird pets. Them's extra.
I could have sworn you said...
You calling me a liar? I don't need no guff from the likes of you. This is the finest lodging on the planet, son. If you don't like the prices, you can just take your sorry pinkish carcass out of here.
Well, 300? Okay, but give me your finest room then.
The finest room? Yeah, right. You got it, buckaroo. Best in the house. Coming right up. Pay up, and we're in business.
I mean, I cheated my way to the 300 Buckazoids, so I guess fair is fair.
Okay, son, you just scribble your old Bill Shatner on the register screen and I'll get your key card. Just find a room as you'll find on this orb.
You have a brief moment of what you think is cleverness. You decide to wittily sign the name Franzel Neekberm.
Okay, here's your key card. Don't lose it. Room 1220J. Up the elevator. Franzel Neekberm. If I had a Buckazoid for every time I'd seen that name, I'd be sitting pretty. I could afford one of those fancy fur-lined donut thingies that... what was I saying? Anyway, enjoy your stay. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell someone.
Gee, thanks. Say, could you tell me where...
I'm a real busy guy, son. You got any questions, why don't you just go find the Chamber of Commerce and talk to them. I'm sure they'll be glad to help you out. Be seeing ya.
Little cat robot zapping the rats. Let's see, 150? Yep. That is a perfect score.
It's the keycard to your luxurious suite at the charming Dew Beam Inn. The room number is 1220J. Just as you are about to insert the keycard so you can go inside and check out your new digs, you notice those two goony-looking dudes from the lobby walking in your direction at a rather deliberate pace. Perhaps they're going to welcome you to the place or show you where the ice machine is.
He moved in front of the other guy.
Hey there, pal. Got a second? Me and my friend here was wondering something.
Fire away. What did you want to know?
Well, we was wondering if you'd have any objection to us pounding you senseless.
Yes, I do.
Grab him and let's get moving. I gotta report in soon. You puny little scumbag. I can't believe anyone would want you. One thing's for sure. You sure ain't gonna be seeing your home son ever again. Hey, Nigel, let's get back to it, huh? We got things to do and places to go. Now, just sit there and be still and be quiet, little man. I've got some things to finish before I finish you.
All right. Well, hold on. All right, so I'm gonna go on my first break, 5 hours and 21 minutes in. So, be back in 5 minutes. I'll play an extra ad break to get that out of the way. Stop complaining about the ads. No need for that. But you're gonna get one while I'm gone so that I can wait. You'll have a longer gap. Might even get 2 ad breaks in, so there'll be a longer gap between the ads when I come back. How about that? All right, here we go. I'm going on break. Be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let's move this back here.
Due to the planetary location of this unit, it can't keep a steady picture for very long. And as is universally known, the local cable company will get around to fixing it at their convenience. And who knows, you might get lucky and get another shopping channel or country western station in the process.
By the way, you got 57 minutes till the next ad, so there you go. See how much progress we can make.
It's one of those wads of lard you ran into at the inn. What are you going to talk to him about? The weather? A beautiful thick shag carpet of Pelvis Brailsford, the rock and roll programming sensation, adorns the east wall of this grungy apartment. This alien woman looks to be in very bad shape. Her pupils are fixed and dilated. Her body is stiff, almost as if she's dead, and her skin looks tight and puffy, as if bodily gases are building up inside her. Bandages and patches appear in profusion all over her, and some of her seams look like they're about to give way. You make a mental note to come back and rescue this poor woman. This is the data corder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. You're tied up, hence you can't do that. It's the key ring that doofus hung on the wall after the other doofus left.
Hey, what the fu- I don't want to see you move another inch or I'm gonna slice you into nice little bite-sized pieces. Now, can it?
Dope. There we go.
You are now a proud nail owner.
That's the keyring nail I got from the wall.
It's exactly what I need.
Good thinking. The nail proves to be just what you needed to free yourself from those handcuffs. Don't get all excited, Little Red Riding Hood. You aren't out of those woods yet. What do you want to do? Give him a nice massage? Wise up. This guy values you less than Starcon does.
Nice big ripping sound. Don't look. I'm not doing anything here. I'm still tied up.
Interesting that an alien TV is shown as being an analog CRT.
A beautiful thick shag carpet of Pelvis Brailsford.
At the time, that was the technology.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah, the anachronisms are weird. Yeah.
It's that static-laden, cheapo polystyrene rug you ripped from the wall.
One notable example of a movie that got it right back then was the 1997 movie Event Horizon. It has
probably
flat
seemed like a good
screen
idea
video
to you at
displays
one time.
in 2047.
You carefully lay the rug on the floor. Even though you were never known for your interior decorating talents, you feel very satisfied with the location you have chosen. The pelvis rug is arranged nicely on the floor.
Here we go. Don't you need to take your shoes off for this?
Your body is now carrying a nice static charge. It looks like a plug receptor.
Poke.
Wow, the static energy you built up discharged, frying Lard Boy's circuitry. Did you actually think of that, or was it just luck?
It's nice to see that happen to someone else for a change. All right.
Smooth move. You've got his keyring.
What? I said eyes.
It's that Lard Master's keyring.
Well, well, well. The worm is out of the hole. So, you have to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? Well, do I, punk?
I like how he just... Now he's fine with me? He lets me wander around? I guess I'm lucky. I forgot to pick this up. I was distracted earlier and I forgot to show it earlier. I forgot to show off the data recorder earlier. I didn't get any points for it. So when you look at this, or I think...
This is the data corder you got from that Endodroid Hunter dude.
So earlier... if you were in the bar while the Endodroid was there, this would light up either as 2 bars when you're in the main area or 3 bars if you were down in the basement where he was. Then there are these other elements, but they don't mean anything. All right.
Don't open the data corder when it's switched on. Doing so could damage some of the delicate internal components.
Or my internal components.
Such as your central nervous system.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I thought of the joke too. But there's a separate puzzle in here.
It's a circuit board, and a darn good one. This is your highly sensitive data corder. Its primary use is to scan for and indicate proximity to any chemical compound. It has other possible uses as well, but that requires significant tinkering with the internal components.
So I don't remember how you get the clue from the game. Does the game actually give a separate clue to look in the documentation? Or do you just say, there's just so much going on? That I should look things up. You hit reconfigure and it moves all the chips back.
You have successfully reconfigured the data corder for standard use.
I don't know.
Don't open the data corder.
Oh, it's still
such as your...
on.
This is the Spentium chip. It's a circuit board. Captain, there be switches here. These are IRK switches. Only one switch for each sensor array may be on at any time, and only one IRK switch of each number 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 may be on at any time.
Each row or column can only have one switched on. All right, so this is a big logic puzzle. I actually have the thing for whoever's interested. I can, or even if you're not interested, I'm gonna do it anyway. It's a logic puzzle. I went ahead and put the logic puzzle to where I can show it on screen pretty easily here. Go ahead and do that here. Yeah, I had this prepared from the documentation. These are the 2 bits of the logic puzzle that you need in order to solve this puzzle. So these are all the things you gotta, yeah, see, that's over the game, so you can't. But yeah, that one down there is the first thing, and then it goes to a different page, like on page 7, this one, and then that one on page 12. And there's some other stuff too, but this is like the meat of the logic puzzle. So we're just gonna take all these out, put it on the side here, and just work this out.
This circuit board is...
there we go. Okay. So just look at the different clues. All 5 plates, this one down here, are needed to create the homing beacon. Need all 5 of them. We know that the feedback cutter offer, or the FC, and TT need to follow certain configuration rules. Some confusion about the other 3, RF, SE, and PS, still exists. Of these 3, so of these 3 we know one of these is at E. By the way, the whole thing is this is to create a homing beacon. That's what it says in the documentation. Again, I only put the logic puzzle here so it wouldn't take up too much area on the screen. So these are the 3 on that bottom clue there. One of these is in E. One of the others is at RRK1, which is this column. They're at 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And the remaining one uses the Spentium chip. Okay, so none of those are definite right now. Let's just try to pick off the easy ones. We do know for sure that TT uses the Dentium chip. Okay, that's what it was originally. And should not be placed at C. The PS should not be placed at E, which is not very specific, except that actually cross-references this clue, right? One of the 3, this is one of these 3 goes at E, but now we know it's not this one, so one of these goes at E. Okay. SE does not use IRK7. The RF, this one, should be placed at A and be set to IRK9. Okay. Which means now, since this should not be at E, remember it's the 3 middle ones that are caused by that clue at the bottom, right? These are, yeah, one of the 3 is at array E. This one's not at E, and PS is not at E, therefore this one's at E. One of the others is set to IRK1. This one's set to... Did I set this one right? RF is at A and IRK9. Okay, that's correct. So that means... Okay, one of these is set to 1 and the other uses the Spentium chip. I mean, sorry, one of these. So that means since this one's at... Yeah, I messed it up. This one is IRK9. Not IRK1. And it's also not... So this one uses Spentium, right? Because it's these 3 that are listed down here on this bottom clue. Hey, Super Gamer. Yeah, these 3. One must be placed at array E, which turns out to be this one. One of the others must be set to IRK1. It's not that one, therefore this one's set to IRK1. The remaining one... use it... I keep confusing myself. It's... This one is E. This one's IRK1. This one's Spentium, right? RF is not at A or IRK1, therefore it uses Spentium. Okay, that's what it is. All right. This one's at 1, this one's at E. Okay, moving on. Clue 5. The FC won't work with the Fermentium chip and doesn't go in array B or C. Well, there's only one spot left now already. The plate that uses IRK3, we don't know what that is. Uses the Dimtel chip, don't know what that is either. The plate and sensor array D, which we already have, is IRK5. Okay. So we just did a first pass over all the clues. And I guess you just keep going over and over until new information from later clues impacts older ones. The TT should not be placed at C, so it's at B. So we have all of these. So let's see here. TT should use Dentium and should not be placed at C. So clue 1 is completely done. PS should not be placed at sensor array E. It's at C, so clue 2 is done. The subspace emitter, which is this one, should not use IRK7. Okay. RF. Looks like this one's completely done. Yeah, that's done. So clues 1, 2, and 4 are completely done. FC won't work with fermentium. Okay, so it uses one of these. Ah, that's tricky. Look at this. Okay, so Dimtel. Look at clue 6. Dimtel needs to be used with IRK3. So if it went here, it would be IRK5. That doesn't work. But also, FC, the feedback cutter offer, won't work with the fermentium chip either. So it uses the Repentium or whatever it's called. So let's look at this again. Feedback won't work with it. Okay, that's done. It should not. Okay, so clue 5 is done. So 1, 2, 4, and 5 are all done. The plate that uses IRK3 also uses the Dimtel chip. I still don't know. And clue 7 is done. So 3 and 6 are the only 2 relevant clues. Okay, now let's look at the bottom one again. One must be placed at sensor AE. So this one, the SE is at 3. Of the 3, the RF, SE, and PS, so AC and E. These are the 3 in question on that bottom clue. This one's at E. This one uses Spentium, so this one's at IRK1. There we go. So now you go back to clue 6 and conclude this cannot use Dimtel. So this has to use this. This has to use this. Dimtel uses 3. Therefore, this uses 7. And that's everything. This should say homing beacon. There you go.
There seems to be something stopping the data quarter from transmitting.
All right. That wasn't too bad.
Don't pick at it. You'll only make it worse.
Game, you should have a recording for that, considering you just did that with the other guy, or maybe it's this.
That's delightfully not.
All right, so there's something that the game did explain, but they weren't very, I mean, it's very easy to miss. So remember we were in Fester's shop, and they talked about the moddies and how you can edit creatures, basically. These guys have those little chips on their necks. So here...
This box is full of daddies. Daddies are modules which, when inserted into intercranial slots, give the user complete knowledge of whatever topic is programmed into that particular daddy.
No, it gives them knowledge. We don't want to give them knowledge, right?
You rummage around in the box to look for something useful, but all you find is an almost complete set of line dancing in zero-G daddies. Only Volume 2, The Achy Breaky, appears to be missing.
I think it's the other box here.
A box of moddies, behavioral modification Eurocircuit chips, lies under the desk. You poke and prod amongst the moddies until you find a moddie labeled Churlish. Being intrigued by the word, you glom it. Incidentally, you might want to look up the word churlish before you do anything stupid.
What does the word churlish mean? Actually, I forgot what the word means. But it's not good. Just remembered.
It's a burlesque moddie. You now possess the moddie.
Got to do that. So I have both a churlish and a burlesque. A churlesque and a burlish.
Go away. Go away.
Dude, I'm happy to, but you won't let me out. So if you give him the churlish,
Wow, he really creased your can. Pretty impressive. Maybe not from your point of view, of course.
yeah. Whatever churlish means, it's that. So, but
That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless.
that is a generic.
Excellent guess. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that... Excellent. Boy, it... As cool as... It would appear... That's an interesting
is.
idea.
Yeah. It's a generic line. Which is not what the game should do. It's very tricky to figure this
That
out.
label
but-
won't come off. The corner of the label in this moddie seems to be loose.
Hello again.
Pretty cool looking, huh?
It's just all these generic lines.
Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay?
This game needs to have more, at least for the relevant stuff, it needs to have more descriptions.
Thinking it was the churlish moddie, he pops it in place.
And also, it's very hard to see, but he dropped this.
It has a couple of things attached to it. It's Nigel's belt, complete with a damping field actuator and a nifty personal grooming assistant. It's the damping field actuator. This is a personal grooming assistant.
Mouth is available?
Your words cause your words.
There we go.
Thank goodness, now that you've got that damping field shut off, you can check out that damping field controller unit so that maybe you can shut off that that. Oh yeah, that's a real sound idea. You have no reason to check out the damping field controller unit now.
All right, let me check my list here and make sure I've got everything. Ah! Found it. It's really easy to miss. Glad I have this list with me.
Your search through the CDs reveals a bunch of typically boring multimedia magazines. A multimedia phone book. Too bad there aren't any phones around here.
And you just keep searching.
The Outpost Project Survival Guide. Successful People Managing Techniques by Carm Trebus. Funny, it's empty. MF-DOS for idiots, morons, and phoebes. Turing Xenon on 5 buckazoids a day.
Hey, we aren't that cheap. Come on.
Discovering your inner maggot. How to become assigned to being a corporate creative genius without really trying. This might be worth checking out. It's a copy of Popular Tektronix.
That's what tells you to look up the homing beacon.
You should have paid attention the first time. This game's budget is way too small to allow me to list all those titles over again. It's a somewhat damaged CD-ROM disc. Way too disgusting.
Yeah, from data core.
This optical disc-based multimedia entertainment system has a slew of powerful graphics and audio coprocessors. A unique flexible architecture, is extremely high-priced, and plays a half-dozen really bad arcade games. It's called a 3DOA.
Go-to, there it is. You can make a homing beacon from simple household goods like a data quarter. Just describe the details in the next issue. That next issue is what you have. Yeah. Email shopping with no buckazoids. Unless you make up names not Neekberm and you just start giving them challenge card numbers before they can trace the call. There we go. Life hack. Printer's out of paper. The multiple organism. Just to say hi. All right, let's. I don't want to carry this around with me. Why can't I exit? All right, let's get out of here. I'm running way, way behind on this stream, so I need to stop exploring and just do the right thing to get through the game. I knew this would happen. I mean, we're not horribly behind, but we are behind. Cutscene.
Hey! Here's your fish!
Told you. I told you not to forget about the fish. And you forgot about the fish.
Stellar, you picked up my homing signal. I can't believe I actually made it work. Now no one can say I spent a little bit too much free time in the bathroom with Popular Tektronix.
Popular Tektronix, who are you trying to kid? I know what you were reading in there.
What was that voice?
You saw what
Roger?
I just read.
I thought I heard
something.
something.
Popular Tektronix.
Pay no attention, Stellar. It was probably just a mechanical flatulence from the ship.
Anyway, we received a transmission from a nearby StarCon communications monitoring platform. They told us of some unusual signal originating from the area of Polysorbate 60. We dialed it in, scanned the coordinates, and found you.
So what are you doing in this sector, Stellar? I thought you were stationed on the SCS Heinz 57.
Also, is that a real name?
I am. I had some leave accumulated and decided to take it. This is kind of embarrassing for me. I actually came to see you. I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and I was curious about what you'd been up to, so I decided to visit. And when I arrived here, I found you had just left for shore leave on Polysorbate. I decided to follow you down and try and catch up with you. When I got to that dump of an inn and found you'd been kidnapped by those thugs, I searched around, but could find no trace of where they'd taken you. That certainly is a strange place. I decided to beam back up to the deep ship and try to locate you through your transport communicator signal. When I'd returned, I found you'd left it up here on the ship. I didn't know what to do then until that call came through from the StarCon installation. You're a lucky man, Wilco.
Yeah. I guess I am. If you hadn't gotten there when you did, I'd probably be a victim of some serious cement poisoning after those geeks chucked me off that balcony.
Terrace.
What?
Well, actually, it was a terrace.
Whatever. Thanks, Stellar. I sure owe you a big one.
I'd sure like to collect that sometime. But let's talk about you and me. Perhaps I could take you to dinner sometime soon.
Careful, Raj.
I'd like that, Stellar. I'd like that a lot. The thing is that I kind of have a relationship with another, and I wouldn't feel very comfortable about that. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to her. You understand?
Well...
Not to mention the fact I'd be wearing my sphincter for a necklace if Beatrice ever found out.
That's...
I hope you do understand, Stellar. I like you. I think I even more than like you. I don't know where I got this inordinate sense of loyalty toward Beatrice.
It's holding
I
the whole
believe
fabric
the word that
of
explains that is
space and
fear.
time together?
Pound sand, pal. Please know that were the situation any different, I'd be making that date with you right now.
Unless he already has a kid.
Oh, I see. Friends, co-workers, buddies. That's all this is gonna be. Guess I knew it somewhere inside. I just didn't want to believe it.
I think so.
I guess I admire your trueness of heart, however misplaced. But I feel much more inclined to damn you for it. I know that's selfish, but it's how I feel. I must admit it shows something more about you, more depth of character than I gave you credit for, Wilco. Well, I'm patient if you ever have a change of heart. Well,
Don't worry.
Roger, we should see what we can find out about those subhuman
I'll
walking
wind up-
dumpsters that had such a keen
I'll wind up
interest
inside
in
her
you.
by the end of this
I don't
stream.
suppose you heard their names.
Mark my words.
No, but I did get this neat personal grooming assistant. It needs a little cleaning, but
That's great, Roger. Don't clean it, though. Take it to the sick bay. There's a DNA analyzer there. We can scan the contents and perhaps use the results to get some names and information about these guys.
good thinking, Stellar. I probably would have thought of it, eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have, Roger. Look, I've got to go to sick bay and get some treatment for my back after that not-so-graceful rescue.
Oh, yeah, that. Sorry. Well, I'll see you there.
Commander, I am receiving a message from StarCon.
Computer on screen.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa.
This is the guy
I
from
have
the
a
beginning.
new directive for Deep Ship 86. This is actually a special request from me, Commander. As you may know, I served with Admiral Bluntfang during the Fallopian campaign. Admiral Bluntfang's widow
Fallopian.
is involved in building an off-world retirement community. They are almost finished, but have requested assistance from Deep Ship 86. Commander, please extend her every courtesy. You know, if things go well, this would not look too bad in your personnel file. I will let Sharpay, the Admiral's widow, explain further.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa.
Evil
As Admiral
Valanies.
Toolman mentioned, we have almost completed our project here, but could use StarCon assistance. To be honest, Commander, I pulled a few strings, but this is an important mission, I assure you. Since you are scheduled to be present for the dedication of the Golden Light Year's Retirement Center anyway, I hoped you might alter your travel plans to accommodate an earlier arrival. From the information provided me by my old friend, the Admiral, you would be able to warp here within a few hours. I require some assistance from your ship, as well as one of your crew members. Allow me to explain.
Meanwhile, back in sickbay. Apparently, the doctor is way busy as he completely ignores you.
Laser massage here?
Stellar is getting treatment for her back injury. You should be ashamed of yourself for jumping on her like that, you baby.
Okay. So he brought up the PGA,
Yuck.
right?
It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant.
So this is an unfair thing. In that cutscene, I think that she said, "Don't take the hair out of the PGA," but you get points for taking the hair out of the PGA. So you could take the tool itself and put it on the scanner, and it would automatically take the hair out for you, but you don't get the points. So you'll be missing out points if you follow the instructions the game gave you by not pulling the hair out yourself. It's really dumb. I'm glad I know this stuff in advance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. The sequencer is for use by trained personnel only. Obviously, you don't fit that description. I'm afraid I can't allow you to use it.
Come on, Jebba, be a pal. Who'll know?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. It's a StarCon regulation.
It sounds like you want to leave the PGA undisturbed, I guess is what I'm saying. Whatever it is, that's the impression, that you want to just keep it on the razor and you just put it on the scanner and just leave it like that. You can, and it works, you just don't get points. Well, he takes the hair out automatically. I don't know.
Jeez, Jebba. Who's gonna know? Let me try this one thing. I'll be out of your way. No one will find out.
I don't know, Mr. Wilco. I'm not one to break regulations. I really don't think it's a good idea.
I swear, it'll only take a minute. We're out in the middle of nowhere. No one will find out. And I'll tell you what, anytime you want it, one free plunge job, day or night. What do you say?
Well, I don't know.
It'll only take a minute or two, really. Come on, Jebba, be a pal.
Well, okay, but just this once. If anyone finds out I'm sunk, then I'll come looking for you to take it out on. Keep that in mind.
His voice
no
sounds...
problem. I'll be done in a flash.
His voice sounds familiar from another game.
I really don't know why I'm doing this.
But I can't pinpoint it.
You summon the ability to leave it alone.
That's not the right button.
It's that Lard Master's keyring.
Why do I still have that?
This is the program card you got from sickbay.
Why did you cut out the word subroutine? I don't know. Okay. So then this is the sort of elevator thing over here.
Neat. I've always wanted to try one of these on the compost.
This is the DNA pattern of Nigel Rancid. File closed.
Oh, hi, Stellar. I hope your back's feeling better.
They just finished treating me, and it is starting to feel better. However, I was told to lay off rescuing people for a while, especially you. So, did you have any luck?
I got some information from the sample I ran through the DNA sequencer. When I tried it, all I got was a name. All it said after that was that the file is closed. I wonder why that is.
I don't know for sure, Roger, but it seems a bit suspicious. When a file is marked like that, there's usually a very good reason. Most frequently, it indicates the file is closed for intelligence purposes, or it's legally sealed by some judicial body. In the case of those tubs of guts that grabbed you, I'd have to say it's not a government agency directly behind it. It sounds more like someone with access from the outside to a friend or two inside. A more paranoid person might say this smells way wrong.
Then again, when did you last change your socks?
If the files are sealed, then we have nothing to go on.
True. The only thing I can think of is that they may be accessible by jacking into cyberspace. I've never done it, but I know it can be done.
So I guess this means you won't be trying it first. I mean, I'd love to try it, but I can't since we don't know how.
Well, actually, I read it can be done with the help of a cyber jack and headset and a cyberspace jack interface module. The article said there are several things to access out there and that there's a vast library of files to browse. It said that the Information Superhighway project is a little behind schedule, but that there are some operative areas. Other than that, I don't have a clue as to how we can gain any information about them.
That's important. That's
So
you got to remember
you think
that.
this cyberspace thing could work?
Well, I can only tell you what I've read. Navigating it takes a little patience, but I think it's the only option you have. I don't know if you'll locate a Cyberjackin headset. Because of the delays in the project, they've become more like collector's items than marketable, functionable products.
We do have Cyberjack modules built into the compost.
That's true. Of course, we won't know anyway without the jack.
That bites. I wonder where we could find one of those.
I wish I knew, Roger. There must be some place.
Attention! We are now orbiting the Delta Berxalon 5 colony as requested by StarCon. Most of you know your assignments as they have been broadcast to your composts. Please represent StarCon properly. Kilbasa, out.
You better get moving since you don't know yet what your assignment is. I have some checking around to do. We'll talk later.
Thanks, Stellar. I'll see you soon. Maybe we can work in that dinner.
Oh, you're such a tease, Roger. Here we go. So what do you do when you get back to your apartment? Of course.
You summon the ability.
You play with the electrical outlet.
You pick strange methods of getting a charge out of life.
All right.
You've got a Quattrozevi portable quartz heater set up in here.
So there's a lot of references in this room.
Hey, it's the Pocket Pal terminal you filched from an abandoned land speeder on Xenon during Space Quest 4. It's a discarded cigar stub from the Galaxy Galleria in Space Quest 4. Hey, here's that pack of matches you stole from the Eulance Flats bar when you returned to Space Quest 1 during the time travel sequence in Space Quest 4. Wow, it's your official employment rejection letter from Sierra Online at the end of Space Quest 3. It just says, not a chance, and it's signed by Ken Williams. Looky, it's your old Labion Terror Beast mating whistle from Space Quest 2.
They made sure that these were items that you do keep by the end of the game.
Say it's the old hint book you found in the bargain bin at the software store in Space Quest 4. Ooh, it's your old Autobucks card from your shopping spree at the Galaxy Galleria after you saved the latex babes from that hideous sea slug in Space Quest 4. It's expired, unfortunately, but then you don't need much money aboard the deep ship. Besides, people would talk if they saw you dressed that way again.
Yeah,
wow,
they would.
it's the old translating gadget you used to communicate with the subterranean alien back on the planet Corona in Space Quest 1.
It looks like a camcorder.
Too bad they don't make those little dilithium watch batteries anymore. You've been meaning to do this laundry for several months. Now it's permanently stuck to the floor. Picking up your clothes? Damn it, Roger, you're a janitor, not a responsible adult.
Ah, stop the whistling.
Why do all these starships come with shimmery sheets? What's so futuristic and wonderful about shimmery sheets? They wake you up at night. They're cold and slippery. And the worst thing is getting up every morning with sequins imprinted all over your face. What's up with that?
There's a lot of stuff
It's your
in
food
here.
replicator. Technically, it's not a replicator at all. It's a wormhole into the restaurant dimension.
Any of you guys gonna get in the voice chat at all today? It's been pretty dead in here.
Your food replicator is a nightmare of pooled sticky stuff, dried on gunk, dents, dings, and roach droppings. In fact, the computer's self-survival circuitry cut in days ago and turned off service to your room. Don't try to get anything out of this machine. You'll only succeed in getting your fingers stuck to the replicator. Again.
This is the janitor's food replicator. All right. There's actually nothing to do on this screen. It's just all references and stuff.
It's a medical reference of janitor-specific ailments. Diseases of the genitalia.
The what?
Ordinarily, your closet contains clothes. At the moment, though, you're using your clothes as knickknacks. These controls open and close the closet, perform passive handprint IDs to prevent unauthorized entry, monitor its humidity, and scan for moths. You never learned how to work these controls. That's why you keep everything that should be in the closet scattered around the room.
So after I'm done with Space Quest 6, I'm going to be playing the text games, the ones with no speech. Those will be easier to talk over anyway. Mitchie!
Hey.
Wow, a message from me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Wilco, Commander Kilbasa here. I have a special assignment for you. A crew person of special skills is required on Delta Berxilon 5. In the spirit of StarCon cooperation, we have decided to offer them your assistance. Transport there immediately. Kilbasa out.
Alright, let's not mess around with this too much. I'm behind on the stream, so we need to go... probably just to the transporter.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize!
Why does this only happen to me?
Who knows?
Commander Kilbasa and that other guy look like they're just finishing up
I guess it's the counterweight to my extraordinary luck when I really need it.
Janitor Wilco, Dr. Bellows and I were just talking about you. Please report to Sharpay's quarters, Janitor Wilco. She is in need of someone with your special skill set. Be quick about it.
Yes, sir.
Janitor, I believe you were given specific orders. Carry them out immediately.
Oh, well, sorry. I'll get right on it, sir.
There she is.
Janitor second class, Roger Wilco, reporting as ordered, ma'am.
Wilco, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Wilco, I expected you here some time ago. I've been kept waiting for minutes now.
I'm very sorry, Matt.
Save the pathetic whimperings for your StarCon superiors, which I would expect includes everyone and everything on the food chain over there.
Ma'am, I came as...
Young man, I lack the time, and most importantly, the patience to indulge you as you whine your way from one excuse to the next. May we please just begin?
Sorry, but I wasn't briefed on what tasks would be required of me.
You are a janitor, Mr. Wilco. What do you think I want from you, a heart transplant? What has become of StarCon? When my fifth husband, Admiral Bluntfang, served, the crop of up-and-coming cadets seemed to have such promise. I recall this one rather striking cadet who... Oh, well, never mind that. But you... I pray you do not typify what might be slithering down the halls of our formerly prestigious academy. That is one thing I do not look forward to witnessing. Get to work, Mr. Wilco. You'll find a mop and a bucket right over there. I have no time to devote to your education. That would take a lifetime, and the most copious amount of patience a universe could muster. My life is soon to expire. Please, just clean. I must rest now.
That's delightfully It wouldn't be Don't touch that.
I guess it's just gonna be... You can't really deviate from the thing.
Hello, ma'am.
Very much.
Just do your duties, janitor.
Like you need another one of these.
What?
Like you...
Yes, you... Okay.
Mr. Wilco, please rattle the handle on that commode. It is positively maddening.
You got it, Toot. I mean, right away, ma'am. Whatever I can do.
Please do it, and quietly. I must have my rest. Mr. Wilco,
Right there.
It is time for me to take my meds. Please fetch my trisonic sortium from the medicine cabinet.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe I can get this old hag to overdose.
What was that, janitor?
Nothing, ma'am. I'll get those for you right away.
Alright, so I'm gonna save it here. I don't think...
You summon the ability.
I don't think it even acknowledges...
It feels like... Don't touch... Be polite. You should only do that if Sharpay asks you to. The headboard unit houses a really nifty 8-track laser disc player.
I thought it was referring to something else there. Yeah, so, especially in response to, Super Gamer's comment, Watcher. It's helpful.
I can't find her medicine. I don't think she knows what she's talking about.
It's easy to miss that.
Hey, what the...
While we await a fully formed thought from Roger, it should be mentioned that there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent.
Hey, there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent. I seem to be in a world of deep... Ah, jeez, the door!
That wouldn't prove fulfilling.
Rats, it won't budge. I've got to get out of here somehow. No windows. The walls are solid bulkhead. And I'm too big to flush myself out of here. This is the only way. What would MacGyver do now?
She seems to be resting rather peacefully. That's not going to help. Move it, man! That's delightfully... A contaminated waste items receptacle stands awaiting contaminated waste items.
So, I don't know how long it takes for me to die here, but I gotta... Is there much of a plot to this one?
I was thinking that too.
Mitchie, you're way too quiet. I can't hear you.
I don't know. Things just happen to Roger, and then the plot happens.
Yeah, I don't think there's much. The Space Quest games are relatively very simple, though there are some plot elements that carry over game to game. I said it, this is a very gated stream, but you know, different people move in and out throughout it, so I am repeating myself. But yeah, they're all overall shorter, not very complex games. You're kind of whimsical. I don't know, she was just kind of like generic old villain at the start, just like, I'm gonna get Roger. Here we go. That was a good excuse to wait for that.
And you thought the fumes from lactose intolerance were bad.
All right.
The Hydro-Riser piston gleams proudly, truly up to the task of propping up the most expansive of dermally housed humanoids.
That's a good way to lose a finger or two.
You give the piston a yank, and sure enough, it comes loose in your hands. Perhaps it was your raw strength. More than likely, it was defective.
All right.
It's the Crap-O-Matic adjustable piston.
I mean, actually, you're not supposed to know, right? We kind of had that
Good
conversation.
Thinking. Wedged in the door, the manual override control
with Stellar a
causes
minute
the
ago in the
piston to
sick
strain
bay.
Against the door. It pushes a few inches and seems to strain at
So
that point.
I got kidnapped by those two buff guys earlier, and we have the DNA of one of them. We just need to go look him up and see what the hell's going on.
Stellar.
That's really
what
what
are
it
you doing
is.
here?
There's no time to talk, Roger. We've got to get out of here now. 1, 2, 3.
So,
just as you crash to the floor of the turbo shaft, the Hydro-Riser piston gives way, and the door slams shut, with Stellar still trapped inside. You claw and pull at the seams of the bulkhead door, but to no avail. Just then, you hear and feel an explosion, which seems to have come from behind the door. The door is sealed tight. You can hear no other noise after the ear ringing from the blast subsides.
My God, I can't believe this. It can't be happening. She was... I was...
Stellar!
It depends on who you ask, Lauren.
I think the writing saves it.
It's hard to believe that this is the Hollow Suite. The setting is much like the graphics you've scanned in the library from those planets more interesting in their climatic diversity. From the scenic jutting peaks, soft hills, and lake in the conjured distance to the lush pixelized growth of trees, flowers, and grass in the foreground, the holodeck has that sublime park-like perfection.
I'll tell you after this.
Unfortunately, its serene beauty is sadly negated by the headstones and the solemn event about to occur, the laying to rest of your rescuer and true friend, Stellar Santiago. You are feeling as you have never felt before, perhaps helped along by the relatively short stints aboard the various ships, as well as all too brief friendships. You've been spared the emotional devastation of true loss by lack of attachment. This, however, is a different feeling, far different from anything you've ever experienced. You can't help but wonder how you'd act towards Stellar given a second chance. But you know that can never happen. She gave her life for you, and you will never be able to thank her. Enough smarm already. Let's funeral!
Ladies and/or gentlemen, we assemble here today to honor the memory of a former crewmate, Lieutenant First Class Stella Santiago. Her unfortunate death takes place in the shadow of a new community, the dawning of a new life for the aged of our galaxy. Although death is never easy to accept, we must remember that the tragic accident which took her from our midst occurred while she was on duty. If a member of StarCon must perish for some reason, there is no more honorable way. It is part of the oath we recite and take to heart when we pledge our allegiance. I believe her friend, Janitor Second Class Roger Wilco, has a few words he'd like to say. Mr. Wilco?
All right. I guess briefly I'll say, in my opinion, it's one of the weaker ones. But, I mean, it's... There's something that I like about some of the earlier games. There's, I guess Roger's a simpler character, and he's just kind of stumbling around. Like, when he's more outwardly goofy, I find it less entertaining than him just kind of sleepwalking through the game. By the way, my fish is has decomposed a bit. I told you not to forget about the fish. Okay. And there's this silly thing.
You poke it and prod it and generally make it feel like a piece of meat.
Okay, fine. That's not how to read it.
I only knew Stellar for
Oh yeah, this is a reference, by the way.
time. I wish I could have gotten to know her much better, to have had a deeper understanding of this person I was proud to have called friend. Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my cleaning, hers were the most scuff-resistant.
I'm guessing a couple of you might be concerned about what I said earlier. After that first cutscene with Stellar. This is the hologram room. Okay. Are you really supposed to just prod through this until you go through the whole database till you just so happen to find it? Is there any reason? Like, there's this whole database, and is it the entity database or this science? Is it this? Yeah, so like you got all these different you have all these different known races and, you know, like green slime, right? And you get this the green slime of Xenon, which is something from Space Quest 4. And you know, so you have this huge database, and most of it doesn't mean anything. So are you supposed to just keep searching until you happen to stumble across it? That's the only thing I know about. Like, at the very back of the entity database is the Vulgars, which I don't remember from the series at all. They also enjoy designing outer space strategy simulation games. Academicians. Considering their placid and studious lifestyle, it's interesting to note that the Vulgars have developed an extremely practical martial arts technique called the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. So then you pinch the nerve fibers and then you whisper dialogue from those things, okay? Just keeps going and going. But Hollow Joint Program 5551212. And that's actually what you need to do. Are you really supposed to just go through the whole database till you find that?
I think so.
Because that's rough. It's not like any sort of outside motivation. Oh, I should look up the Vulgars.
Welcome to Hollow Suite Program 5551212, the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. Despite our reputation for being pacifist, we Vulgars have developed an extremely practical martial arts technique used mainly for defensive purposes. It is called the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. This is a tactile oral maneuver in which the applier pinches the bundle of nerve fibers at the base of the neck while whispering into the victim's ear dialogue from either Tango and Cash or Hudson Hawk.
Isn't it oral, not oral?
This particular combination of nerve stimuli and loss of cerebral control due to the torturous mantra of movie dialogue results in a searing flash of pain and then unconsciousness. In effect, it is similar to a temporary orally induced robotomy. Victims are soon rendered unconscious for several hours. When they awaken, they will remember nothing of how they came to be unconscious, if they are extremely lucky. I shall demonstrate on my most eager volunteer. You will please to pay attention. Address the subject in this manner. Please to notice the location of my hand as I begin the narcotic chant of cinematic morphine.
He mutters something thankfully unintelligible into the ear of the volunteer.
Oh, thank you, sir. Maybe you can fit me up with your sister. I have told you after. We're gonna have.
Did he say robotomy to play up the
we have fun.
Asian angle?
Hubba going in the wee, and I just like that. We So, as you can see, it is very effective. If you can apply a proper grip to the neck, it will disable 9 out of 10 neck-bearing species.
It sounded like a South Park exaggeration on purpose.
This completes our program. Thank you.
All right. So this is the most open world segment of the game, but I'm going to go kind of in an efficient way because, again, I'm falling further behind on this stream. We got a bunch of games to play. So I think where I want to go here.
Wow, a message for me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Roger, help me. I only have a moment. They faked.
Stellar, what happened? The picture's gone. You're alive?
Wow.
It looks like a Cyberjack plug receptor.
I don't have a Cyberjack, though. All right, so I think this is...
Not much going on.
Let's sorry. I think this is an optional missable point here. So we're in the bridge.
This is the bridge, the very nerve center of the SCS Deep Ship 86. The enormous deep ship cost millions of buckazoids to build, stretches on and on seemingly without end, and limps along at a snail's pace. Sort of like the first Star Trek movie.
I don't have a rim shot button. I should have that on my soundboard.
It wouldn't be prudent to... Yeah, you rearrange the commander's chair and he'll rearrange you. It's Commander Kielboss's kitty litter box. This is where he makes most of his best command decisions. Not to mention all of his log entries.
But I need that button. All right.
Commander Kielbassa, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've just received a distress message on my compost. And it was from Stellar.
Wilco, have you been whiffing cleaning fluid again?
I'm absolutely as sane as I've ever been. She's being held on Delta Berxilon by Sharpay.
Wilco, do you realize how irrational that sounds? We buried Stellar. You were there. Maybe you need a rest.
That was a hologram.
Take a couple of hours off.
Sir.
Wilco, we have our orders from StarCon and we'll be carrying them out. Drop it, Janitor. Leave the bridge now, Wilco. I've made my decision.
Alright, I'm gonna tab out real quick. So it's gonna blank out this Discord stream real quick here. Sorry about that. 274. Damn it, Roger. I hate that. Okay. Don't need to go there anymore. Need to go there anymore. Let's go. Actually, I think there's something I need to pick up here. Maybe I could have picked it up earlier. I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it at the time, though. I want to say, is it this? I think it's this drawer over here. Could I have done this earlier? Maybe. There we go.
It's a bottle of morphine. What was that supposed to...
Ugh. All right. Here. So this helps you focus on the goal here.
This massive door leads to the shuttle bay. Since the shuttle bay is completely depressurized every time a shuttle lands or takes off, this door must be incredibly thick and impenetrable.
So we're not getting...
Not unlike you.
I mean, I guess the game, I don't remember it really communicating this completely, but since the captain will not heed the message, which don't we keep a recording of it? Why wouldn't I be able to play it back from and say, see, I got this distress call. But then again, AI, right? But this is the CD-ROM era, even in space, as we saw. Anyway, what was I saying? It doesn't really communicate it, but you're gonna carry out the rescue yourself, right? So you want to get through here, and there's these guys in the way.
Magnum doesn't talk. He fancies himself to be like one of those Buckingham Palace types. You consider saying hi until you remember how dedicated he is to his job, and you wouldn't want him to get in trouble for slacking off while on duty. I wonder why you don't worry about that for yourself. Magnum Opus belongs to an elite StarCon fighting forces called the Flying Flingers, FF for short. That's Chesbro, one of the Shuttle Bay guards. A nice fatty donut. Magnum will probably scarf this down. After all, he needs to maintain his boyish tub-o'-guts figure. You summon the ability to leave it alone.
You cannot interact with these donuts.
I really don't think that's a good idea. He's not the touchy-feely type.
All right, here we go, I think.
Ooh, boy, I got you with my fingers in your Kurt Russell. Now you can't get away. I got you now that you've got a... Hard to believe this is a real job. Oh, my... Oh. So how come you're not going down? I got you with your mumble jumbo and your hubba chubba. Ooh, boy, if I only could, I would. Jeez, why don't you step outside, pal? I got you with this. And, I think I broke a fingernail here.
That would be Dorf, the nearsighted and fairly clueless security chief.
He's giving me quite a generous portion of food here.
It looks like a John. Note, we would like to apologize to all those members of the audience named John who might have been offended by the preceding message. It's not our fault that your parents named you after a bathroom fixture.
Alright, so he sends in the food.
This is some very fine food, whatever it is. I'm sure you'll find it quite to your liking. Heck, it's probably better than what they feed you janitors. Live it up! Oh, that darn light needs to be amplified. I need to contact maintenance.
Hey, Daniel. Alright, I have the food.
While that's an interesting idea, even Dorf would notice that something would be missing where there were two things, the cart and you.
So, force fields are on, I can't leave. The only time it opens is when he sends this cart back and forth. He just sent food in, so I got a ton of food here. So much that I have to scroll here. How about this?
It's the donut you filched from the food cart.
So, the idea here...
Gazing out the window reminds you of a legendary prisoner named the Birdman of Deep Ship 12, who raised homing pigeons in his cell for months. He then hatched a scheme in which he'd write notes and attach them to the pigeons and send the pigeons out the window in search of help. Naturally, the birds would immediately explode upon being released into outer space. But he never gave up. When he was... Gazing up... When he was released, he was heavily recruited by SOL Incorporated.
Alright, so the idea here is if you look at the foods here carefully, and it kind of throws you off with this description.
These look like something they cleaved from the side of Yoda's head.
That's the wrong body part.
I remember what this is. It's a rack of Orat. Haven't seen this stuff since Space Quest 1.
It's a nice round melon.
What's melon? expression for
It's
it.
a plate of grill hair spaghetti.
Grill hair spaghetti. And you take in
It's
the
one of
clues.
the interestingly shaped pastries you took from the food cart.
And the idea is that I think you assemble it from the legs first, but you basically make like a body double here. Is it that or is it that?
Now it has some cool ears.
Yeah, it's not ears though.
That's an interesting idea. It might have some potential. The rack of a rat adds a nice touch. An interesting idea. Something starting to take shape. What are you up to, Roger?
What is this?
It's a tuberous growth of some sort from the food cart. Nothing happens. See, a touchment of that adds something more to your work in progress.
Oh, they're your hands, okay.
Nothing happened.
No.
How creative.
Now.
Excellent guess, Kreska.
This is some very fine food.
Okay, so while he's looking over there, so you got to put the hair on it.
That's a nice touch. In this galaxy.
Okay.
Oh, I see you have a visitor. I'll leave you two alone, but you know the rules. 10 more minutes and they have to leave.
Yikes, it's a good thing Dorf's so vain about wearing his prescribed much thicker glasses. That was too close. I nearly dampened an undergarment.
I like how he has no recollection of letting in a visitor and he doesn't find it suspicious at all. Alright, so you want to...
Not now, Dorf.
Oh,
I didn't give myself much time. See if I can try to sneak that in. You can wait for the next cycle, but There we go. He wiped his nose all over that. Okay.
Nice work. Sometimes you actually surprise me.
And then he never comes back, right? So there's been this guy over here. So obviously we have to let him out.
Now there's a real bright idea, but then perhaps you deserve the consequences. If the force field were turned off, you'd be the only one to suffer the consequences. In the event that someone might be looking over your shoulder, we'll save your embarrassment for another time.
How about now?
Game over, man. Game over. Being a good Samaritan is one thing, but you should have been just a little skeptical about that move.
All right. Let's go to 8 rear. Playing my music of choice today. No, play the other music. Come on. Actually, I think actually hearing it on the sound canvas actually sounds bad. Come to think of it. There's like a problem with it. have to like correct one of the notes. Something's. So maybe it is better to play that one.
This game was designed for Crown Canvas 55.
Well, I can put it on that. We'll see how well it pitch bends here.
This is 8 Rear, the ship's lounge. Here crew members come to relax, drink, eat, converse, party, hit on each other, brawl, hurl, pass out, and intrude on each other's personal space.
Man, I don't remember these people.
2 women looking very much like Girl Scouts are badgering the poor alien-looking guy they're sitting with. They must be trying to unload more of those damned cookies.
I don't remember these people.
The anti-grav seats make sure you're always the proper
There's always
distance from the
Elvis.
table and that you're never short of legroom. Eating, drinking, and looking at the stars sounds like something you'd do on a date, especially since you're usually alone. A friendly Mr. Soylent food replicator stands in wait to serve anyone who wants a snack. Technically, these aren't
There.
replicators. They're wormholes into the restaurant universe. But the food still tastes replicated because the chefs in the restaurant universe are mostly ex-Monolith Burger employees and know nothing about food.
So wait, that was this?
It's your old non-organic friend, Circuit Sydney.
Okay. I don't remember Sydney from any other game.
Hello, Roger. Please join me in consuming something.
Thanks, Sydney.
You seem uptight.
Say what? Upright? What are you talking about, Sydney?
Uptight was the word. Perhaps that is too archaic a reference for you. It would have been more effective to say that you seem concerned.
Oh, yeah. I do have a thing or two. Well, at least something on my mind.
I am sorry to hear this. I hope your concerns are soon alleviated.
Thanks, Sid. I do have to come up with some solutions. Sydney, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you.
Yeah, see that whistle is
Flame away,
off.
Roger.
The pitch is off.
You know I'd give you my right appendage if you needed it.
Funny you should say that, Sydney. I kind of have this situation where that very item could come in handy.
Really? Well, I was merely saying that metaphorically.
You really are a great friend, Sydney. That'll come in real handy. I can't thank you enough, Sydney.
Well, if you really are seriously in need of it, I suppose I could lend it to you. You will get it right back to me, won't you, Roger?
Oh, yeah. You bet your nut flanges, Sydney. Sydney, I kind of need another favor. I need one of your eyes.
Pardon me, Roger. For a second, I thought you said you also wanted one of my eyes. I must have my auditory circuits diagnosed.
Well, actually, Sydney, I could use one of your eyes.
Are you certain, Roger? Well, I guess if you really need it...
I like how you have no idea of the motivation for this.
I really do, Sydney. You're a mechanized lifesaver.
You will return them soon, right, Roger?
Oh, of course, Sydney. Real soon. Listen, I've got a couple of things I've got to attend to. I'll see you soon. Thanks, Sydney.
As long as you say it will be soon, Roger.
Is it S-Y or S-I?
Oh, yeah. See you soon, Sydney.
Alright.
Don't interrupt them. They're on break. Besides, you stand less of a chance of being insulted or shot down. A guy can only take so much of that.
So, I think we're good. I think I have everything I need. Or, sorry, this. Been there, been there, been there, been there. Yeah, I think we're good. So, just gonna save it again. Why not? You try this again. It said that when you do that to them, they don't remember it. Oh, I got points.
Oh boy, I got you with my fingers in your Kurt Russell. No, you can't get away.
So it's the same recording?
Hard to believe this is a
But
real
you're supposed to do it
job.
twice. So they should have a second recording. I also think they could have scripted this out better. I think they told him to ad-lib and he didn't know what to say.
Your hubba chubby. Oh boy, if I only could, I would. Jeez, why don't you step outside, pal? I got you with this, and I think I broke a fingernail here.
I'll bet Magnum kicks some serious butt playing marbles.
Alright, so you gotta take them out in the other order. Which, this doesn't make any sense.
That wouldn't prove.
I don't know if there's a recording for this or not. Does he even eat it? Oh well, I don't know.
Good thinking.
There we go. I guess some people don't know what that is. Shut up, Roger. I hate his whistling.
Ooh.
Alright, we've heard this. There we go.
Smooth move. You've got his keyring. It's one of two buttons you must push simultaneously to open the shuttle bay door.
And it turns out you can push either one of them. And I really need one of your arms. Where's the arm? Oh, did I leave it on the table? I thought he just put... Did he just leave it on the table? He doesn't just hand it to you? I wasn't paying attention. That's dumb. I don't remember that at all. I thought he just gives me the arm. No, he just set it on the table there. Roger, you idiot. There's my arm. Alright. I didn't know he just left it there. Okay. Let's delete that game then so that we don't have to worry about that. Alright. So anyway, as I was saying, you can push either button and hit the other one with the arm. Like there's a symmetric animation the other way. It's not like they default to one or the other, or make you solve it one particular direction. All right.
This refueling pillar signifies parking section F8. Instead of F8, this post used to have a picture of a large cartoon mouse, but Starcon removed it after being threatened with legal action by the same company that lost its shirt on Andromeda Disney, the first amusement park on Andromeda.
Oh. Speaking of the copyrighted mouse, apparently the earliest version is being released to the commons now.
Yeah.
Like, as of January 1st, 2024. So, there you go. You're going to start to see that.
Oh, is the copyright expired for Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been a thing where the corporations have kept extending
The shuttle's alarm is now
duration of
deactivated.
copyright when the copyright for Steamboat Willie was about to expire.
Yeah.
I guess they no longer have enough power to do that.
All right.
These passenger seats are for picking up colonists, ambassadors, visiting dignitaries, and people who are too neurotic to handle transporters. Can you believe that, in this day and age, there are people who object to being dematerialized, broadcast to some remote location, and then rematerialized? It's not as if we were asking them to take off from LaGuardia.
I need to get that stupid button. Okay. Yeah, we can just... Let's go ahead and...
I just thought of something. The 7th King's Quest game has had, well, it had a much less of an impact on me than the other King's Quest games. I haven't played it since the 90s, and I barely remember.
This feels like copy protection, but it's not. Intermex not correctly set. Make necessary adjustments. It's this. This whole thing, it sounds like it, but it's not. It is... Lasagna is actually elements. So like the NE is this neon. That one's already correct. And then like silver is AG. Sulfur is S, so LA. Yeah. So it's like that.
That's delightful.
There we go. Stand by for retinal scan.
You look at it, but nothing strikes your fancy.
Retinal scan failed. Or no, you gotta hit this first.
Let's see if this sucker works.
I could really use one of your eyes. He just knew he needed that. Which is helpful. It's nice that he just already has that on hand.
Hey! Here's your fish!
I told you not to forget about the fish. And you forgot about the fish again. Didn't you? I like this part, the 3D models.
Janitor Wilco, what are you doing? You have no authorization to take that shuttle. To make matters worse, you have launched into the middle of a super double reverse anti-anomaly. You will turn that ship around immediately and head back to the shuttle bay. Do you understand, Wilco?
Bite me, Commander.
What was that last transmission, Wilco?
We're having a little problem with the signal, sir. I mean, with all due respect, sir, I did plead with you not to leave Stellar behind. Sir, I sense that something's just not right with that community. I don't believe Stellar is dead, and I just can't leave her there. I'm going to do this, sir, regardless of the consequences. Stellar saved my life not once, but twice. I owe her.
Did she, though? I feel like I had that second one under control.
Own stupid mistake. I demand that you return at once, Wilco. If you do so and surrender now, your record will be taken into consideration during your disciplinary hearing.
Oh, that'll help you loads.
I'm sorry, sir, but I just can't. I have to do this.
Wilco, you fool!
Just then, the shuttle is sucked into the anti-anomaly. Communication with the deep ship has been disrupted. It says power.
No.
Swell. There's not enough power to restart the engines.
There we go. So let's go ahead and just save it here at the beginning of this. Come on. This section. And I think I want...
You pull the handle and hear something release on the outside of the shuttle.
All right. No, I don't want to get up yet. I also want... Is it this? It's this... There's been problems with this game. There's been things like obscured by other things that you actually need to interact with. I don't even know what that says. There we go.
Sir, I am unable to access the navigational computer. I am guessing that it may have overloaded just as the divalium crystal somehow went offline. Once repairs have been made and the shuttle engines have been refired, I believe I can follow the deep ship's ion trail back to Delta Berxalon 5.
That would be quite cool, Manuel. You sure about that?
Once the divalium crystal has been repaired, our electrical system reestablished, and the engines fired, I am 97.2% certain.
Why only 97.2%?
I judged 97.2% to sound more hip to our audience than would 100.
Hip.
You would have to mention it.
Sorry.
Don't apologize to me. It's the players you ruined it for.
Little fourth wall breaking there. I don't think all the games do that. Okay. So, I think there's something in here that I need.
It's the recall notice. It's the recall. It feels slightly...
Oh, it's here.
It's the recall notice for the owner's manual. It reads, Dear Ham Shuttle Owner, it has come to our attention that there is a minor misprint in the owner's manual for the 1000 series of shuttles. Until a new manual can be acquired, please disregard page 73, paragraph 4 of that manual.
Where it reads, as any moron knows when jumping the 1000 series, please match the positive cable end with the positive terminal on the PolarFlex repeater deck. Follow the same procedure for the negative cable and negative pole. But then it's the same thing. It should now read same thing, but now you have these other weird symbols. As any moron should know. Which is why we didn't print it the first time.
Don't screw with a pattern buffer array. If you get messed up during teleportation, it can unscramble you.
What is this?
This compartment contains the manual override array and the pattern buffer subroutines. This compartment contains the Devallium crystal subprocessor and main flux coupling.
Okay, so the Devallium crystal is here.
Wow. Crystal seems to have broken. I swear it wasn't me.
Now we're in deep.
If you paid close
Hey,
attention...
I've gotten us this far, haven't I?
Which you didn't, 'cause I
Yes,
didn't
what
bring
a
attention to
wonderful
it.
place it is. How did I get hooked up in this deal? My agent's going to be hearing from me big time.
Open this.
Oh, great. The data quarter seems to be fried.
This is the data quarter power source, a tiny chip of Devallium crystal, the official power source of StarCon.
There we go. What was that?
You missed! Ha!
There we go. So...
You pour glue all over the crystal.
I think you have to glue both sides for some reason. What?
It feels nice.
There we go.
You hold the glue-coated segment to the broken Devallium crystal for 10 seconds to set the glue.
There we go. That's that problem done. And then obviously we just go outside.
EVA suits weren't designed just as a fashion statement, Roger.
Sorry.
It just doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Nothing happens.
That is a generic voice recording. All right. Here we go. You don't have to tether yourself, though.
That, of course, is your freshly stolen shuttle from the Deep Ship 86.
That's not what I was clicking on.
What's with this fish deal? Now one stuck in the engine intake.
There we go.
These are the shuttle's jumper cables. That sure doesn't make you feel real secure about this spacecraft if those are standard equipment.
Here we go.
It's the help sign from the shuttle's trunk.
Anybody remember these? Back before cell phones? If you were stranded on the side of the road, you just hope some good Samaritan would stop by. The giant help sign. What was that?
It's just testing a sound effect.
Okay. I need to tab out real quick. The Discord stream's gonna mess up. Hold on.
Hello, sweetheart. You look like you could use a little assistance. Is there anything I can do?
Well, yes, there is. Thanks for stopping.
Well, you just name it, I guess.
It seems I've stalled my engines. Could you give me a jump? I have cables.
I'd jump you in a heartbeat, Dollface. I guess you must have got caught up in that anti-anomaly. It can be a real pain in the... Well, anyway, let's get it done.
Well, here's your end of the cables.
I'll let you know when I'm all hooked up. Contact!
Okay, Manuel. We're all hooked up. Give it a try.
That's not right.
You pick strange methods of getting a charge out of life.
Alright, I think it's here and here.
Okay, Manuel. We're all hooked up. Give it a try.
It'd be funny if I was wrong. That's my memory. Could get zapped again, though. Who knows? Okay, there it goes.
Bye-bye, Sugar Bunny. I gotta be running along.
Hey,
But what
thanks
about
for
that
stopping
jump?
to help me.
Wait, what?
See ya.
Or do I use this? I think that's all the repairs. Let me make sure. Let me check my point list.
You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place.
$355. Okay, yeah, that's correct. What's up? Something happened?
Good
I
work,
don't
sir.
think anything happened.
I believe I can now follow the ion trail of Deep Ship 86 back to Delta Berxalon 5.
Okay, then do it. No? And let's go. And we're back on Delta Berksalon 5, which that's now locked forever.
You press the Lab B button, but the Ascendo pad doesn't move. Apparently you need some sort of clearance to get to Lab B.
So it won't open. I didn't want to go to Lab B anyway.
Yeah, we need to go there.
Wow, a mad scientist working on a planet called Delta Berksalon. You wonder what he's doing here? Designing women, perhaps?
What?
Sorry.
Mr. Wilco, I would advise you to stay out of my personal belongings. I do not want to have to get physical with you. Mind you, I will if I have to, and don't think I can't take you.
Okay. I suppose he can. I mean, who can't, I guess, would be the question. I like doing that first because now the initial dialogue here doesn't make any sense.
Hello, Doctor.
Janitor Wilco? What in
See?
blazes are you doing here?
Well, Doc, I got a distress call.
So why are you here?
Because I know it originated here. In fact, it was from Stellar Santiago.
You're out of your mind, Wilco. Now go away and leave me alone. I've got important work to do. Goodbye.
I know something's up here, Doc, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. You'll be sorry, pal.
Yes, whatever you say, Wilco. Just get out of my face.
I guess he's off to Lab B. I guess that's what it's for.
You take possession of the Callahan Muddy.
I guess that's what it is.
You have no use for that, you silly little janitor.
Okay, I don't know what this is about. But
It's the Callahan Muddy you scavenged from Delta Berksalon.
So I think the problem here is the same problem we've had all along.
Don't pick at it.
Whatever.
It looks like a Cyberjack plug receptor.
The Cyberjack again. Is that all I have to do here for now?
Sir, I believe I may be able to tap myself into the PTS and perform a limited set of functions.
PTS?
It's right there on
Yes,
your
sir.
dashboard in
PTS,
multiple places?
The photo triangulation system. It was installed as a crude backup navigational device to the modern navigational computer system. It's what you see before you mount it in the middle view screen.
You must remove the current photo before you attempt another shot.
I mean, if you're just listening to the stream, I don't blame you, but Roger's trying to steer the damn ship. Okay, so what is this about?
This is the photo taken with the photo triangulation system. This is the second PTS photo. It has yet to be peeled apart. You peel apart the photo and negative from your first PTS image. You peel apart the photo and negative from the second PTS image.
So, like, you have...
It's the first PTS photo negative.
Something like you put one photo and the other negative or something.
The PTS is online and working. We can now launch to polysorbate.
Back to polysorbate.
Oh no.
Which seems really random, right? Like, why would you want to go back there? But it's a very subtle thing. It's one of those things that you only make sense looking back at it, but not forward to it. What are we waiting for? Why are we not there?
I think you're supposed to teleport. And that requires leaving your cockpit.
Really?
That wouldn't prove fulfilling.
You sure?
Try talking to Manuel after exiting or something, or try...
My sole purpose is to help you, sir.
One of the things on the side.
What may I do for you, sir?
Beam me down? Are we there?
Step over to the transport pad and I will beam you down to the surface of polysorbate.
Okay. I mean, I'm skeptical of these games. Like, it's just going to beam me to some random spot in outer space, you know? There we go.
Manual tosses you a transport signaler.
You can only use this from the place I beam you to.
Oh man, we gotta move on. I'm getting way behind in this, so I'm just gonna be doing the correct actions to get through this. It's only the second game I've played. I'm glad I'm getting it out of the way, though. There's been a lot. The search for Khan's implanted pecs. Okay. So the Mahdi's are being sold here. If you remember, I had said that at the beginning of the game. So.
Hello there, Mr. Blatz. I think I have something you might be interested in.
Think so, hey?
Oh, I really think you'll find it interesting.
Ooh.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing,
Why,
what order
I'd
it
love
is,
to
actually.
take
That's
that
why.
off your hands. Of course, you realize that it's illegal to sell those, but I could trade you for something. Look around and see what interests you.
I could really use a cyberspace jack.
Tell you what, I'll trade you for one of those fine specimens in the case. What do you say?
No, I want the jack, or it's no deal.
Oh, now take it easy, Sonny. I think we can do business.
I think he should at least show the jack.
I'm glad you see it my way.
Before you just hand over your leverage.
It's been a pleasure. Take care, Fester. I gotta fly.
Alright. Yeah, I gotta fly. Let's fly!
It's a transport signaler.
Beam me up, Scotty. Let's go. Josh Mandela, the legend continues.
Obviously a reference to Josh Mandel, the writer of the game.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Why did you do that?
EVA suits work.
Okay.
Then, the Galactican said, if I did have hover capabilities, I wouldn't need the cleft snorter. Ah, excuse me, sir. How may I enhance your efforts?
Oof.
That's the cyberspace jack.
Let's go.
That's an
Or
interesting.
whatever, that looks like it's part of it, but
That's an interesting item.
wait.
That's an in.
Oh,
that's
you have to tell it to do that? Okay, whatever. There we go. It should tell you. The problem is that just generic no.
Whoops.
Guess you're about to find out if there's cyber gravity. Apparently, it does exist. As you plummet to your cyber death, you are confronted by a variant of an age-old question. If you fall and hit the ground within cyberspace, and no one is there to hear it, will you make an audible splat? Yep. Smooth move, X-Lax. Guess this cyberspace thing can be pretty painful. And I'm not just talking about the rates.
Oh yeah, Discord has its own little
Yeah.
thing, that's right. I want a button here that I can just press though. Because my mouse is locked in.
Talk about a brave new world. You'd better be up for it if you plan to explore this cyber terrain. This cyber terrain is just a little arid. It's just more evidence to confirm the old adage that if there's time enough to do it, there's time enough to do it half-assed. Hey, free birdseed, and so conveniently placed under a huge boulder, too. Forget it. You don't resemble that bird. Well, except for the pin feathers in those chicken legs of yours. Talk about a brave...
Okay. So this is not a maze. It's just a really long path. Also, fun fact, remember we were talking, I guess this is something Hurricane would be interested in if he said he's coming back later. But, remember that first music on, Polysorbate on the Surface? I don't think it was playing here just now, but, how it also is, it's double-purposed in, King's Quest VII. That same music plays in one of the regions in that game. This track it's not used in that game, I don't think, but it does appear if you dig in the resources. They did put it, so like at one time they were going to use it and then they took it out. Also, this was done, I disagree with this. This had the potential for a punchline in these windy paths. You first come out here and then you come out here. What they should have done was had you walk into the bridge and then have you walk out here when you expect to see him come out the other side of the bridge. That's the way they should have done it. They kind of ruined their own joke by having him walk out of here first.
You know, one of the songs in this game is also in Leisure Suit Larry 6.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Specifically the elevator theme.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know Leisure Suit Larry.
This actually remembers me of a place in King's Quest VII where there's some places where like where you walk upside down and sideways and stuff. That's one of the few parts of that game that I distinctively remember.
Yeah, and Falderal. That's true.
For those of you who aren't paying attention, that's a stop sign.
You think
I
there's
also
like a
remember
puzzle
the
there where
music that played during that section. It sounded similar to the sounds of Alexander.
they should have put a joke here with the stop sign. They should have had it to where you need to stop there or else something runs you over, but they didn't put anything there. You should stop there and then like something drives past and then you go.
The sign says it all. There was much talk and rhetoric about the information superhighway, but the executive and legislative branches seem quite opposed to getting together on just about anything either one of them introduces. Just look at the space program. Anyway, the frustration of a former employee is documented in the amendments to the Opens date.
There you go, Sent. That's just basically your politics, right?
A screwdriver lies on the ground, probably discarded by the malcontent who vandalized the sign.
Alright, so let's pick up stuff we're missing. These are, I think they're both optional items.
Bet you can't fit that thing in your pants. Guess I was wrong. It does fit. There must be plenty of spare room in there. Oh, mama! I'm guessing one too many burritos for the last guy in here.
Alright. We've already had our experience in the bathroom. Definitely want to save this. Oh yeah, here we go.
It wouldn't be...
Actually, let me walk first.
This world's a great big ball of dirt with 50 billion
Next.
souls who like to sit around and veg down in the dark like moles. But me, I'm just the kind of girl who loves the open air and bits of unburned hydrocarbons blowing through my hair. New soil is clear, at last it's here with clearly better taste. Less people too, like me and you, and less reprocessed waste. More hearty crunch for snacks or lunch, it's crystal clear to see. New soil and clear, the last frontier for folks like you and me. Soylent Clear. Clearly less people, clearly more taste.
Feels bizarre that it's like Windows 3.1.
So that is the best part of the game right there. Soylent Clear now with less people. That's it. That's the best part of Space Quest 6.
It's a nice tune.
I don't think this does anything.
It feels slightly
Just what do you think you're doing, sir?
Well, I didn't think you'd mind if I just looked through your files.
And I thought I'd seen it all. Just step back and wait your turn.
You may just have improved your chances of getting to the files with that slick little maneuver. Sometimes you do surprise me, Roger. You virtually eat the nearly real mint. Your virtual breath is now virtually minty fresh.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
No, I don't seem to have that one, but...
Oh, I am sorry, sir. Strangely enough, there's no provision for buts in this system. You either have the number shown or you do not. Now, please await the calling of your number. Thank you very much. I have important things to do. Next.
Hold on a second. Okay. So, take a number.
It's the number 3 card you took from the card dispenser.
So, technically, it's optional to pick up the screwdriver and...
It's the screwdriver.
Oops. And do this. You can actually... I think you can actually wait for that number to loop all the way to 99 and back around. But, rather not.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
As a matter of fact, I do possess that number. Read it and weep, Pixel Woman.
Oh no, you can't possibly. Oh. Well,
This
I guess
actually
you're
reminds
right.
me of the Looney Tunes After Dark screensaver.
You bet your palate,
Like
little
that Looney
32
Tunes
by
character
32
fight against
pixel
the
mama.
Windows 3.1, Windows 95 background, depending on the version.
All right. You guys remember what we're going to be looking up? Any of you that are new to the game, like, Scent, do you remember? Obviously, Mitchie knows. See, I know you know, Mitchie, because you know the game. Fish. No, this is that other thing. It was the thing in the sick bay. The DNA sample. Remember, it matched it with the name Nigel Rancid. And Stellar told us there that there's a big cyber database on the information superhighway somewhere. Go find it and look this name up because the digital version was closed. So you got to go look up the analog paper version here. So yeah, it's very easy to forget. It's very easy to forget after this much gameplay that this is what you were looking for the whole time. I'd completely forgotten. And I just get here and I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to look up? Fortunately, most things just... Oh wait, I think that's a correct one. Wow. I was just gonna say this.
That file apparently doesn't want to open.
Like 99% of the drawers don't open. But you actually do want to open that one. That's funny. I was gonna just like pick a random one to show you, like to say
that file apparently doesn't want to open.
But I opened one that you need to open because you kind of make these like stairs up there. think so. There we go.
General Drawer failure. Please step off and try another approach. You get the idea, don't you?
There he is, Nigel Rancid. So, and his brother Sinjit, the one I electrocuted, are hired thugs. The Rancid brothers have been employed by Dr. Hayden Bellows, right? And Sharpay of the Golden Light Years retirement community. Two characters I have both encountered. So you look them up, and Sharpay. And Sharpay and Santiago. Stellar Santiago. Kind of painful to walk through here. And you can actually see the correct ones are a little more open. So here we go. You can see that little, it kind of has that double line on it. So you can see that one is too, yeah. So, she was a member of the Starcon fleet before her departure from this world while attempting to rescue a janitor second class who was stationed. I tried to look up Wilco under W. There's no Wilco. I don't actually have a file here. Yeah, I only just saved the galaxy several times. And here's Charlie Sheen.
You summon the ability to leave it alone.
Wrong one. And it always tells you to cross-reference the others. A philanthropist of the first order. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Always be skeptical of these self-described philanthropists. Many good causes, sure. Her most recent projects have been the Golden Light Years retirement community on Delta Berxalon 5, where she hopes to spend her declining years always thinking of others. The Grand Lady. Yeah, whatever. It's a whole bunch of BS.
This floor looks pretty clean, at least by your standards.
That's not what I meant to click on.
Oh, that doesn't look good. Apparently the ladder hasn't been relocated in some time. No good. All the WD-40 and LZ gel in the galaxy aren't gonna budge this corroded hunk of useless hardware.
That's why you have to stand on all the other drawers. Fortunately, this one's just down here, though. Okay, so now, when you look at this, I remember this. Okay, so Hayden Bellows is Chief Medical Administrator of the Golden Light Years retirement community. He has gained much notoriety over his controversial efforts to mitigate the effects and someday to altogether eliminate aging. That seems pretty relevant to Sharpay's final days, right? Okay. I have no idea if Lauren's still here, but is the plot finally making sense? This is actually where it's actually being revealed here. That the scientist and the old woman are working on this project to try to, this anti-aging thing, because they're both very old, especially her. And so they captured the much younger Stellar Santiago as part of their Project Immortality. The plot isn't really revealed until here. Also, this additional cross-reference for Project Immortality, I discovered that little text at the bottom of the file to tell you to look that up, to make that available, to look up Project Immortality, which is going to be under P, not I. That always shows up on the third file you look at of those three. Those three are in a bunch, right? Sharpay, Bellows, and Santiago. Whichever of those files you look up last, that's the one that has the reference. It's just to make sure that you look at them all. That's not one.
That file apparently doesn't want to open.
Let's be this one.
Crud. I can't seem to reach it from here.
I like the way he steps. Product liability. Prometheus. The pronghorn. There we go. Propaganda. And prostate. Propaganda should be like several drawers all on its own. Cross-reference endgame. I thought that was a thing. It's not. You're done. Holy grail of narcissists everywhere. That's a real thing. Project Immortality is a cold, hard scientific name applied to the cold, hard science that is the fountain of youth of our times. Project Immortality is funded by Soros. No, Sharpay, and overseen by controversial Dr. Not a Dr. Bill Gates. No, by Dr. Hayden Bellows. It promises humankind the hope of the ages, eternal life. Sure makes marriage a scary proposition, though, doesn't it? All right, enjoy your ad. No, it says starting soon. It may actually be second here.
Marriage is a scary proposition anyway.
Yeah, in this day and age, they kind of borked it up, didn't they? So, if you leave here, she demands the files back, and you have to go find each one individually all over again. So I'm not going to waste time with that.
The cyber printer accepts your cyber file gratefully and begins to print. The question is, what exactly is the output of a cyber printer? Well, what do you know? Maybe there is something to this superhero reputation thing after all. And after that episode with the egg beater, I thought you'd never impress me again.
Next.
This right here is a literal window to outside. I like that little, it's a nice little touch there. That window right there. And we have to walk all the way back. Oh no. Actually, we don't. We can now do this.
You smartly drop the board in place, spanning the gap between the two bridge sections.
There we go. A little faster there.
These are the printouts of the files you've collected from cyberspace as evidence against Dr. Bellows.
All right, here we go. I'm just gonna, yeah.
Well, Dr. Bellows, I think you've got some explaining to do.
You're out of your mind, Wilco.
So, what do you have to say for yourself now, Doctor?
Confronted with the facts found in the files you located, he freaks and spills all.
Oh, my...
Eloquently stated.
I didn't think this all the way through until I'd crossed my own personal ethical line. I was already... It had already gone too far. The experiments alone... I thought I could do just this one thing and still live with myself. Love can move a person to do some strange things, Wilco. She knew how I felt and used it to her advantage.
I think I know what you mean about that love thing, but wait a minute. Slow down. Are you saying you have the hots for... I mean, you are actually romantically intrigued by Sharpay? Wow. You are serious. I agree that love can make you do some weird stuff. In this case, though, it made you do some stuff that was unethical and illegal, Doctor. Where is Stellar Santiago? I know she was alive, that her death was faked. What have you done with her?
Great Caesar's ghost. The woman, she's still alive, but I'm afraid not much time remains.
She is? What do you mean, not much time remains?
As you must realize by now, the Golden Light Years project was merely a front for the research I'd been conducting per Sharpay's wishes. She is intensely fearful of death. You probably didn't notice that she is getting up in age a bit.
Yeah, who could have guessed that?
In very simple terms, Janitor Wilco.
That's janitor second class, pal. And don't you forget it.
Excuse me, Janitor second class. As I was saying, Sharpay feared dying, enough to take the lives of others to save her own. She knew I loved her. I remember the day I met her. It was at the funeral of... Oh, I believe it was her fourth husband, and I remember never having seen her look so radiant. I fell for her, hard, and she knew it. You should have seen her in black.
I'll pass, thanks. Just tell me about Stellar.
Okay. The bottom line is that I have developed a way to extend Sharpay's life by transferring her mental essence into the body of another. It was to be you until your friend Stellar Santiago got in the way. We thought no one would miss you. Go figure. What I have done is to employ nanotechnology to take over the designated host body, as is happening with your friend as we speak.
Stellar's body is being taken over by Sharpay? Jeez, I don't understand. Is there anything we could do to stop it?
I've never really thought of it that way.
Well, think about it now. We have to save Stellar. You can't let her die. You can redeem yourself at least to some degree, Doc.
As much as it pains me to admit it, you're right, Roger. You're right. Okay, I think I may have a plan. We can save her. There are some interesting spin-off technological breakthroughs. I'm going to send you in to stop Sharpay.
Say what? No, I don't think...
It's her only chance. If you seriously care for your friend, you'll do this.
Oh, the only way, huh?
The only way.
Well, okay then. I hope you're sure about this.
I'm positive. Here's how we shall go about it. You will move your shuttle into Lab B. Meanwhile, I will generate new software for your shuttle's navigational system, which will help you locate the nanites, the very small robotic devices I developed for the intrusion. One of them is Sharpay. If you can stop Sharpay, well, your friend's chances of survival improve immensely. Then, once I have located and extracted you, I shall work to repair whatever damage may have been done to Stellar during the attempted incursion.
Here we go. Shrinking the ship way down to nanite
nicely
size.
miniaturized by the beam deal. Hopefully, it is reversible.
It was in Space
Perhaps
Quest
you
2.
should have asked about that. There are some things you can't afford to have smaller.
Do you get it now? Going through the syringe here, straight into the bloodstream. I told you I would end up inside her. Yeah, don't doubt me again. So
Oh, that's right. Emmanuel is offline in here. He can't help me now.
I think I'm supposed to do things here.
It's the subroutine program disk the doctor gave you to be able to navigate through Stellar's body.
But I don't need to right now.
It feels slightly...
Or no, you don't click the chair, you click this. Okay. Don't think you need that.
It's pretty sticky out there. Maybe you should wear your EVA suit.
So all of a sudden, it protect you against that. Yeah, I think Lauren dropped off a while ago. She doesn't find Space Quest appealing.
You don't have to wear your helmet out there.
Okay. See, I don't know why it's so particular. All right.
That little thing? That's the stolen miniaturized door to your stolen miniaturized shuttle.
Oh, wow, I clicked the door.
Good eyesight. Now we'll have to do one of those puzzles where you have to find a 1-pixel coin or something. But hey, who'd design a mean, unfair puzzle like that?
This is to I don't know if I'd play it on that, but they should have had this take up more real estate on the screen because this is too pixel hunting.
Your stolen miniaturized shuttle has become mired on the fundus of the stomach like a beached whale. Wow, that's some interesting looking stuff you've got collected in the engine intake. Looks like a small collection of blood capillaries. Your stolen miniaturized shuttle has...
Alright, so we get whatever this is.
You're the first one on your block to actually possess someone else's alveoli.
Alright, so
cool looking, huh?
So, see, now my fish is thoroughly rotted.
It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar.
Alright, so...
You recognize that festering, infected crevice. As if Stellar didn't already have enough to worry about, she's got an ulcer. And it's not just an ulcer, it's puckered. It's a peptic ulcer.
The way he says that is just great.
So I think I'm gonna... It's been a while since I saved it, I think. Save it here, actually.
A cluster of stomach acid shine nanites is lurking near the entrance to the duodenum. They know all the cool places to hang out. My goodness, those little guys are efficient. However, based on how they left your boots behind, you might consider some odor eaters. Dang, these look tasty. Boy, that micro Prozac she inhaled slowed her systems down to a crawl. These things haven't been touched by stomach acid yet. A feather? When, rather, if you get the chance, you'll have to quiz Stellar about her dietary habits. You acquire a candy. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites.
So the idea here is that the candy is just too small.
Loosely woven into the stomach lining is a piece of celery string. That stuff could be used to make steel-belted radial tires stronger. Rumor has it that it was the original inspiration for dental floss. I think I saw that on one of those James Burke shows. How odd. A bent staple. Thus far, it has resisted being dissolved by the stomach's acids, probably because of its location and Stellar's apparent lack of oral nourishment during her captivity. The acid probably hasn't risen high enough since this item found its way in here. What in the hell was she doing eating a staple anyway? Maybe it was some fad diet thing in the Galactic Inquirer.
Those two things you just pull apart go together.
That's your makeshift grappling hook.
Break it? No, I didn't break it. One time I was able to break the two-dimensional clipping on this, and I was able to have him just like do regular walks all over this area here.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I think they're called God chords. Why wouldn't it be two-dimensional? He was all over this thing in the back here. Here we go. This is what we want right here.
A large hunk of twinkoid cake food product is hanging just below her epiglottis. It appears to have gotten jammed on the way to her stomach for digestion. Doesn't this woman chew?
Now this is actually a separate puzzle. There are two separate puzzles going on. There's the Twinkie jammed at the bottom of her esophagus.
It's one of those tiny timed release pills. As I recall, these are designed to not melt down and release their medicines until they've gotten to an area past the stomach.
An area past the stomach. That's a subtle clue here for a later puzzle. Actually do these in either order, but this is a little more efficient. So now that everything is jammed up here, ready to go, let's just drop it all together with this. Mitchie, do you remember what the top score is supposed to be?
I don't think so. Somewhere in the 500.
So, okay. So, it never specifies anywhere. You would think it would be 500, but all the guides that I saw, they agree that it's 498. As if maybe they forgot to put 2 points in or something?
Also, hi. I appreciate it.
Hey, Super Gamer. Alright, area past the stomach.
This is the upper area of the duodenum. Matter preprocessed from the stomach enters here through the pylorus above. It has a lovely bile-colored decor, and for a very good reason. This is the area in which raw processed ingestibles are mixed with a variety of secretions for further breakdown.
So I'm gonna tab out again real quick. Let's see here. What have I not? Okay. Now Discord stream will be working again. I'm gonna save it here. And we might end up with a bug depending on what I put the CPU cycles at. It might be, if the CPU cycles are too high, we're gonna see something happen here that should not happen. So let's test it. Okay, looks like we're good. Oh my.
Great Scott, that certainly is one buff parasite.
I think I'm gonna spew. But who'll notice? Man, that thing is ugly.
Since you've entered the tapeworm not partially digested, you'll probably give him heartburn. I hope you're proud of yourself.
All right, let's go back up here. Need to go up here first. And gather a couple items from other parts of the digestive system.
Welcome to the heart of the bile belt. This is indeed Spew Central. At this location, secretions from the liver, gallbladder, and pancreas merge to form a duodenal delight, guaranteed to break down almost anything the stomach doesn't. The common bile duct runs up from here. Wow, check out all that bile. Looks like her liver's been doing just fine. That's a pool of bile any liver would be proud of. You sure can't speak highly of its aroma. What, was that supposed to be clever?
I thought I was supposed to do that. Oh, no. I think you tape these.
You cleverly tape the capillaries together.
So you're not tying them together like the hookah hoses. And then this connects to this.
Nice work. You've hooked up your makeshift hose to the pump.
And you pump this. And I got my helmet. That's why you got to keep your
one
helmet.
Of the taped capillaries
it's like
over
a
the
separate
muscular
fishbowl
ledge.
thing.
It drops into the pool.
Oh, he uses the container.
Should get to 443 according to my count here.
You give the pump a stroke or two, and in the process, gather a nice helmet load of bile. I guess congratulations are in order.
There we go.
Clear that thing again.
Well, if we don't in here, we don't need to anywhere.
Because we're close to the end.
Yeah. DJ's right, I'm about 2 hours behind almost. Almost 2 hours behind. Stupid game with all these long dialogue, speech, and everything. I'm ready to move on to another space quest. This isn't even space.
Oh, it's like the Indiana Jones scene.
This is inner space, not outer space.
Well, we were also in cyberspace.
Yeah, we were in cyberspace too earlier. I miss outer space. Let's get back to being in outer space. Which one are we doing next? 5?
That bores me so. You summon the ability to leave it alone.
It doesn't even tell you about the problem. All right, so it's this thing. It's really weird. I did not understand this at all, but apparently it's like a balloon sort of thing that you have to use the mouthing.
Like a stem.
I got stuck here. Oh, there he is. All right, this place is gonna get unruly soon. Looking forward to it. But yeah, so that's why I gotta get 2 of the speech games out of the way. Okay.
Drops of pancreatic enzymes drip from the overhanging cell units. These little islets drip a pancreatic enzyme. This is later mixed with some stuff from the gallbladder to make that wonderful green bile antifreeze-looking stuff that humanoid hurlers the universe over have come to know and hate.
Humanoid hurlers.
It looks vaguely like your hiney at...
That's just generic shit. Okay.
You maneuver your helmet beneath the drip and manage to snag a nice little dollop of the stuff.
It's gonna land on my head.
You drew.
Come on. Okay. So that's this section here. So I have two different, I got the bile and the pancreatic fluid. So remember the time release pill? That's supposed to wait until it ends up further along in the digestive system? Aha, here we go. Because I can't, like, take it.
An interesting idea. What are you up to, Roger?
So you want to take the swirl mixture of green and purple.
It's one of those tiny timed release pills. You now own one of those tiny timed release pills.
Sorry for stopping the Discord stream. Whose body are we? The woman I said we would get inside by the end of the game. Or I said the end of the stream. Same thing. Alright, so here's her parasite. We're gonna cool its jets here.
Impressive. The tapeworm suddenly becomes much more animated. Hey, don't put your mouth on that.
Okay, that's not what I meant by that, but okay.
Please remember to keep your arms and legs on the worm at all times.
We'll venture even deeper.
I still don't really understand how this helps equity.
Oh, this is an audio file, that's why it's so loud.
Yow! Now that's a ride you won't take in the Magic Kingdom. It looks like an old silver amalgam filling. Must have been bouncing around here for years. How does she get this stuff into her digestive system? That's a screw Stellar probably doesn't remember. Talk about hard currency, the Buckazoid has proven itself once again. This is even one of the old style ones. Might be worth some money. Too bad you can't carry it. It's a relatively unscathed paperclip. This is the appendix. It's a strange piece of the humanoid anatomy considered by some medical types to be fairly useless. It may not be useful, but it does seem to collect some strange stuff. You can't budge it. You can't budge it.
Oh, also this.
It's a fingernail, complete with paint. These have a knack for making it down here. Suddenly, you wonder when Stellar grew such long nails. Perhaps you haven't been thinking of Stellar as a woman as much as a crewmate. You feel an interesting longing. One look at your surroundings kills that feeling fast. But maybe after this is all over, you pull away a cracked piece of the filling. You snap off a shard of fingernail and gingerly introduce it into your pocket. You carefully, very carefully, stow the paper clip in your pocket.
And here we go.
No, I think I've already done things above and beyond the call of duty. Hey, a guy has to draw the line somewhere, and gosh darn it, this guy's drawn the line right at the colon.
You've never even met her mother.
Yeah.
All right, we're turning back. Go back, go back. Oh.
So you like the worm, huh? You like to ride the worm, huh? I let you ride the worm.
Yes. Ride the worm. One more segment of the game. Come on, let's get this over with.
So we really are almost done.
Yeah. Although we're now carrying up to 5 hours playing this game, which is too long for one game, so you have to play the others faster, which they're better, but I mean, this has speech, right? So it's just, you know, a lot of cutscenes will drag on longer than I want. It's kind of, it reminds me of the Myst Marathon stream where the second game I played, Uru, took way longer than I wanted it to.
I remember that hangout from 3 years ago.
But also, to be fair, you know, we did separate sub-hangouts with the other Space Quests, so where I could explore those in more detail. I've never done a Space Quest 6 stream, so this is like the first time I've, you know, been exploring the game on stream. Whereas, you know, when we play Space Quest 5, like, I already was poking around that game before, so we can just go more directly through that. Hey, Lauren, you're back. There are 6, yes. And this was the last one they made. So part of the thing is, if you go in here, I think...
You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place.
Why would you do that? I still need that stuff, but okay. So do you see where I am? I'm where I told you I would be. I think... No.
Perhaps I'd get farther if I kept the subroutine disk in its slot.
Okay, so I never put it in actually, but yeah. See? So this is blue now because I got rid of the nanites in the stomach, but there's still some more in the brain.
This is the shuttle's cockpit. All the action takes place right here.
Well, okay, that's not the right description, but I think it's this. Okay, I don't even remember where it gives me the signal. It's... Launch initiation failed.
Perhaps I'd get farther if I kept the subroutine disk in its slot.
Well, I mean, it's in there. Okay, it just keeps spitting it out. Whatever.
Perhaps I'd get far.
All right. So it's a very subtle clue. It's really, there's a fuel container that ruptured. There are 3 sources of fuel, and one of them silver. It's a hard puzzle, but I don't even remember how it's motivated. But you got to put the silver in that little beeping thing, and that's what fixes it up, and it stops beeping.
This heat tile looks loose.
And then you got to pixel hunt the door.
Whoops. I have to stop doing that.
You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place.
All right, let's go.
Perhaps I'd get farther.
Yeah, stop taking it out. I don't know, it spits it out and then says, oh, I should have kept it in there. All right, so now we can go to the brain. Maybe.
Don't touch that. We don't know where you've been.
But if I say navigation, it's going to spit the disc out.
Perhaps I'd get...
System integrity failure. What is wrong with this place?
Uh-oh.
Why does it keep spitting it out?
As cool as it would.
Okay, go there.
It wouldn't be Don't. You'll distort the optics, making it inoperable.
So you just keep spitting the damn disc out. Why don't we just go? Like, I can't click on the screen here, or it just says don't touch that. If I press any button, it spits the disc out and tells me to put the disc in. I put the disc in, then I can't interface with the screen. What am I supposed to do? If I don't figure this out soon, I'm loading a different save game that's already in the next spot, because this is stupid.
Perhaps I'd get...
That wouldn't. Even though you're in. This.
No, but it may have to be, especially if I can't get past this screen.
Don't touch that.
Yeah. I don't remember this being an issue.
Try turning on the engines right now.
Which is which button?
The ignition.
Power?
Ignition.
Initiation.
Yeah, initiation, whatever.
Didn't I not press that before? Went that screen on? Did I press nav every time? I don't know. I played this the other day and I didn't... There was no drama. I got right here. I don't know. Okay. Maybe I pressed nav every single time thinking that I had tried initiation sooner or something, or... I thought I did, though. I don't know. It doesn't matter. 474. How are we doing? Is that... What part are we at? Is that 470? No. There we go. Okay. All right. Top score is 498, so should just be a minute here.
It's pretty sticky out there.
Or whatever. He doesn't put it on automatically. I don't know why he even took it off in the first place. He just kept it on the whole time he was in here. I don't think we need the helmet. This also doesn't communicate well.
This is the meninges. It's a 3-layer cover for the brain. Check out the cool blood vessels.
Because, I mean... They really want to just rip right into this barrier.
You slice away with the nail, and amazingly enough, manage to cut a slice in the barrier.
I sliced open the barrier to her brain. And that's a good thing. What?
But now you're walking on her, directly on her brain matter.
Yep.
Totally isn't.
With her fingernail, yeah. So,
happening.
Yikes. How am I supposed to jump across this one?
oh wow, he just pixel skipped across it. Yes, this is. Yes, it's her. Should I let him slip?
And you were so close, too.
Alright, that's pretty uneventful. I don't even remember that being a thing. Maybe I have the CPU cycles too high. I don't know.
Man, that was close.
Alright, but this part's cool. Coming up. There we go.
Holy captain's log, Batman. There are a few more of those nanites here. How am I gonna handle this one?
Hey, don't put your mouth on that.
Alright, let's do this. There we go. That's animated.
So close, and yet so far away. How embarrassing to get wasted by the Laurel and Hardy of nanites.
Alright, so... I think if you do it here, it's... I think you can try it here, and this is also a death.
I don't think I can hit them from here.
Oh, you can, but... Yeah, you want to hit them from back here.
You chuck a gallstone at one of the robots, causing it to think the other one did it.
Could I have thrown it at the other one and get a different animation? I wonder. Ooh! You need to mix it up.
And yet so far away.
Interesting.
You chuck a gallstone at one of the robots, causing it to think the other one did it.
So if you hit it the same one twice over here,
So
it's a
close,
titty shot.
and yet so...
All right. So you'd have to hit each one once.
You chuck a goal... You chuck another gallstone, this time at the other robot, who also thinks the other one did it. That was quite effective. That was very impressive, Roger. I'll bet that's not something you hear every decade. Nice mood lighting.
All right.
It's a recently constructed shaft between the hemispheres of Stellar's brain.
That means he crosses the corpus callosum.
Ooh, that went by fast. Yeah, don't ask me. I never paid attention in biology class.
So this is the motor control center.
That doesn't seem like a good idea to poke this.
As cool as it would be to interface these, that's an
All right.
Interesting. The sign says this is Stellar's cough control center. Oh, this is her choice of men center. It looks a little odd.
That's why she speaks fondly of me.
A small opening between the brain wall and the debris pile allows a small amount of light to escape. A huge pile of debris is standing in front of what appears to be some sort of passage. Light pours through the opening. Your effort to move it is futile. This would be a challenge for you even if you were full-sized.
I guess that's a good pun, Frosting, but actually from the cutscene earlier, it was the other way around. So we're gonna hit the correct segment here.
It would appear that
All right. Final scene. Come on, gotta wrap this up.
Ugh! Ah! Even in this suit, that hurts like a... Jeez. What's going on here? And what's with that big robot?
Well, well, Mr. Wilco. I must
Evil
confess to
Valanies.
being impressed that you made it this far. You are either a very lucky man, or the classic case of how looks can be deceiving. From what I know of your history, I can't say that in this case looks are necessarily deceiving. On the other hand, I don't think luck accounts for it all either. There's definitely something different about you, Mr. Wilco. It's a pity, though. I'm afraid this is where the odds catch up with you, Roger. I do hope you don't mind me referring to you as Roger. I feel we can both be on a first-name basis now, since we will soon be sharing such intimate moments. My rebirth and your death.
Not necessarily in that order. I'll attend to you in a moment. I have a few more little details to finish before I transfer my consciousness into this body. Enjoy it, Roger. It'll be among the very last of your memories. Oh, and by the way, escape attempts will prove to be futile. You will be incinerated if necessary.
Well, she's probably 200 years old or something.
Jeez,
so.
what a bit.
I'm sorry. What was that you were saying?
Me? I was saying, what a bite. Yeah, I had a little trouble with some parasites a while ago down in the digestive tract. That's all it was.
The robot's head swivels constantly to keep an electronic eye on you. A conveyor moves freshly dug brain cells to the top of the pile. It looks like a bundle of nerves with electrical current through them. Don't touch that. You get a jump on senility by mumbling to yourself.
Yeah, guess she wasn't kidding about escape being a futile thing. Hey, you could hurt me doing that.
Second best line in the game.
I've got this bundle of nerves. I wonder what I can use to make this into something.
Yes! 493. What? Wait a minute.
Wow, that was actually a great idea. Go figure.
I know Mitchie knows
Yeah,
this.
I kicked her butt. Just look at me. MacGyver wishes
So this is
he
not
could
for
be me.
Mitchie. This is for anyone else.
It was bound to happen. The never-ending battle between good and evil was once again waged. And once again, good has emerged
Anyone
victorious.
else. Although, it wouldn't be fair for
Yes,
Frosting.
and with
'cause
me
he
on
just
its
got
side,
here.
how could it lose? Yes, once again, I have struck a blow for good over evil. It was in a... Hey! Ah!
This part.
What? But I thought I took care of you.
Well, it appears you thought wrong now, doesn't
Oh my god,
it,
oh my god, what do I
Roger?
do? What do I do?
Wilco, I haven't survived this long without taking precautions. The robot was just hardware. My mind still exists.
Oh, real wonderful.
Ooh! Ah! Hey, watch those tentacles,
What do I do?
lady.
What do I do?
I thought that being partially embedded in the street on Polly's sorbate was a strange feeling.
That already happened in Space Quest 2.
My, she has a different look now. I don't know which I like better.
What do I do, Lauren? Unless you already saw it like me.
Toss
Oh.
in some entrail, Helper, and I think we've got a nice potential feast here.
Crunch.
You start to say something, and then you remember... It feels slightly... Pretty embarrassing getting wasted by an old lady, tentacles or not.
I
You'd better
told
hope
you
no
not
one
to
saw that.
forget.
Oh.
I told you not to forget. What did I tell you not to forget about?
The fish.
The fish! Ah, it's too slow.
Pretty embarrassing getting...
Alright.
Fish, that's brain food.
Alright. She just throws me back to the ground. Alright.
All right. She actually chowed down on that rancid fish.
I
thought I'd never get rid of that fish.
I don't think I have to do anything. This is all cutscene. I'm going to go on my break while you watch the cutscene because I need breaks during this marathon. So yeah, enjoy.
Nice shot.
Oh, there you are, Wilco.
Boy, Stellar, with all that's happened recently, I never would have imagined that we'd be standing here together.
It is a miracle, Roger. I was afraid that by the time you got my message, it would be too late. I was certain I was doomed. But you didn't let me down. What you did was incredibly brave, Roger, not to mention intensely risky. It took Dr. Bellows a lot of work to clean up after you and Sharpay. I must say, Roger, there's not a man in the universe who knows me inside the way you do.
It was a strange feeling, but I went in there all business. There wasn't a moment I wasn't thinking of your welfare.
Oh, give me a break. Let me put my boots on. It's getting deep in here.
Cheese it, pal, or I'll rip out your larynx and you won't be able to get a job doing bad voiceover work for Chinese action pictures.
What did you say, Roger?
Oh, I was just mumbling to myself. You know, Stellar, there's one thing I noticed while inside you I thought I might share.
And what's that, Roger?
You eat like a goat. You really have to change your eating habits, Stellar. I saw some things in your digestive tract I wouldn't wish on Sludge Vohall. You really have to clean up your consumption act.
Yes, I know. Dr. Bellows said he was able to fix most everything done to me during Sharpay's invasion, as well as patching an ulcer that was playing havoc with my stomach. He told me the same things.
You might also try chewing. You had a hunk of Twinkoid wedged in your throat that would have gagged Linda Lovelace.
Okay, Roger, okay, I got the message. Let's change the subject, shall we? Ask me where I'm stationed next.
Why don't you just tell me?
Boy, some fun you are.
Sorry, I guess I'm a little grumpy. I had a real day. I had to clean the captain's log entry container, then somebody got a nice buzz in 8 Rear and decided to take a wormhole ride in the Hollow Suite. They hit a few wrong buttons, and the next thing I know, I'm cleaning Vergon Nebula sets and hors d'oeuvres off every wall and ceiling. Apparently, they truly did make the room spin. Boy, they spackled everything. Had to use the putty knife to chip loose some of the chunks of...
Roger, I'm sorry you had a rough day, but can we please change the subject?
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I think you're gonna like your next assignment.
Really? What is it? Where is it?
Sorry, you're just gonna have to wait to find out.
As Roger and Stellar warp off into the nebula set, many questions remain. Will Roger and Stellar become an item? How will Beatrice Wankmeister react when she hears about this new friend in Roger's life? Will Roger's voice be a few octaves higher as a result? Would they dare to make another one of these things? Only time and money will tell.
I've been up to my lips in urinal pucks lately. I hope it's something different.
All right then.
Who wrote this crap?
On to the next game.
Oh, yeah, Scott. Yeah, well, yeah, then good work. Did you hear about the animator who killed himself? Yeah, he couldn't draw his own breath. These, by the way, are the credits. They're called credits because, well, we can't afford to really pay anybody until more people buy the game. All these people worked on this dumb game? Thank you, bye-bye. 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 That's it, bye-bye. No more, bye-bye. That's it, all finished, bye-bye. 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 Farewell. Farewell. Bye-bye, bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, this is it, the last time. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you for playing Space Quest 6. This is Gary Owens, signing off.
Wow, I think I timed that pretty well. Okay, I'm back. You've passed the barrier. Happy 2024. How's the first half hour or so? Or I think that's your time zone. All right. Just one more down. Let's Okay, so let's inform the Discord which one we're playing next. Which I was thinking it'd be Space Quest 5, but now I'm thinking Space Quest 3. This is a bit of a shorter one. Might be able to get through it. Maybe can make up some lost time there. It's a shorter game, and you know, if I don't mess around, maybe I can get through that one. Do Space Quest 3. Also, who left? Mitchie left. I guess because Space Quest 6 is over. Really? Already? In Florida? So let me switch this out.